It is your boy Genesis, and it is currently 4:12 a.m. and today's date is the 5th of December 2024. The year is coming to an end. Guys, let's be thankful for the year, regardless of what you're going through, regardless of what the situation is in your life. You have to be grateful. You have to be thankful because it could be worse. You never know. You think you have it all bad, but it could definitely be worse. I promise you that. It could be worse. And with that being said, I just want to say I am praying for you. I hope you have a wonderful life. I hope that everything works out for you. And I hope that you get to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay? At the end of the tunnel, I hope you get to see the light. God is your strength. And pray for me too. Okay? Pray for me. And I just want to say thank God for life, okay? All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the title for today's stream is Good Vibes in America. Okay? Good Vibes in America. Things are going on, a lot of news, a lot of updates. Sometimes we look at the news and it's like, oh Lord, what is going on? Don't let that change your positive attitude. Don't let that change your conviction about life and your good vibes attitude, okay? Keep that good energy. Stay on the positive energy vibe, and that is your strength. Now, check this out. The CEO of United Healthcare just got sent to the other side in Midtown, New York. What is going on in New York? And why would somebody want to take this guy out? Well, they already took him out anyway. May he rest in peace. But let's listen to what Fox News has to say concerning this guy.
In the country, its CEO just got assassinated in Midtown Manhattan, right as he was walking into a hotel. New surveillance video shows the shooter firing the kill shot at around 6:45 in the morning in front of the Hilton, right up the street. He used a silencer, looked like a professional hit.
I hear the three shots. I was parking down there in the car. I hear three shots. Yeah, and then when I looked, there's a man down. Then the guy crossed and then he ran. He's a white male, all in black, with a backpack. The guy, he was here in this corner the whole night.
The cops confirmed the assassin waited outside in the freezing cold for Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, till he came out. Police also recovered 3 live rounds and 3 bullet casings at the scene and a cell phone nearby. And we have brand new footage obtained by the Times of the killer around 10 minutes before he murdered the powerful health insurance executive. And here he is on his cell phone, less than 200 feet from what would have been the crime scene. Who's he talking to? Looks like he had a busy morning. New pictures show the shooter went to Starbucks before the murder. After firing multiple rounds at very close range at Thompson, he runs up 6th Avenue and into an alleyway before hopping on a getaway e-bike, which he dumped in Central Park. That's the last place he was seen. He had a getaway plan. Police are putting up wanted signs all over the city, begging for tips. All the cops know is that the gunman had it out for Thompson. They say the shooter was lone target and that he's not believed to be a threat to anybody else at the time. We're also learning more about the victim. Brian Thompson was a very well-known businessman who'd been running United Healthcare since 2021, and quite successfully. The company raked in $8.5 billion last quarter, just in one quarter. Thompson was a Minnesota native. He was even photographed with Tim Waltz at a charity event just a few years back. Thompson was in town for a United Healthcare Investors Conference. That's where he was headed. Conference started at 8 o'clock in the morning, but Thompson got there a little early to prep. His killer was waiting for him. How did he know where Thompson was going to be? And what is the motive? A lot of speculation about why. And the cops are already poring over his personal and professional life. United Healthcare was going through some pretty sizable legal issues. It's being sued by the Justice Department for violating federal antitrust laws. And according to a report from Crain's from back in April, The DOJ was looking at company executives, including Thompson, for insider trading. United Health didn't tell its shareholders about the federal probe. Senior executives, including Thompson, reportedly sold millions of their own shares before the story hit newsstands. Thompson was never charged. Others speculate it could have had something to do with United denying claims at a very high rate. Thompson's wife says he's been threatened over that before. Quote, there have been some threats. Basically, I don't know. A lack of coverage. I don't know details. I just know that he had said there were some people that had been threatening him. John Walsh, former host of America's Most Wanted, joins me now. All right, John, just tell us what you get from the surveillance footage, the way the gunman holds the firearm, and then the escape plan.
Jesse, before we dig into this for 1 second, I just want to talk to you about Daniel Penny trial. It's the biggest travesty in the history of this country. That guy's a hero. And there were 8 murders on the subway this year. It's up 60%. And here we've got a Marine risking his life to jump on a guy. And the victim, Jordan Neely, he's a mentally ill guy, been arrested 27 times. The whole society let him down. We're the richest, most powerful country on the planet. We couldn't get this guy help. And then they try to turn it into a race thing. You know, when that Marine got up to save that woman's life, he had said to her, the bad guy, he said, I'm going to kill you and your baby, and this Marine should get a hero. I mean, he should get a hero's award. The whole city should, because nobody's going to run that subway. I have a son who lives in Brooklyn. He says, Dad, those of us that can afford Uber, do it, but the people on the subway are people who can't, the dishwashers and the people coming into the city. It's a horrible thing that the city of New York is doing to this guy. The DA's office really need to be held accountable.
Yeah, I think we may have a verdict tomorrow, which we're going to cover heavily on the 5.
I do too.
You know, the city, you're right, is out of control, and now you have this look like a targeted assassination attempt by a pro. Is that what you're picking up?
I don't think it's a pro. I've been doing this for years, and I've never really done a case, 30 years on him, and I'm still America's Most Wanted. Will start up again in March. So I've never came across a really good pro, because if they're really good, you don't know they're a pro. This guy made a lot of mistakes. I made some notes here for myself. You know, he was wearing sunglasses. A real pro wouldn't have had, I mean, he wasn't wearing sunglasses. A real pro would have been wearing sunglasses so that they couldn't get him with facial recognition. He had a half-assed gun. He probably learned how to build it on, you know, on YouTube or something like that. I think he was smart. I think I heard you say earlier today you thought someone may have paid him. But I think about the stock deal, and I think the trouble that the company got into, you never know when people are hurt. And this company hurt a lot of doctors, couldn't get their money. There are a lot of patients that had to wait a long, long time to get their bills paid. So it may be somebody out of control whose grandmother died because they couldn't get the right doctor, they couldn't get the right help. But the guy, I don't think he's a pro. Yeah, I mean, I know you do, but
no, I mean, I don't know any more than anybody on the street knows, but you know more than most people, and you're probably right. The more that I think about it, I think you're onto something with the motive. All right, John, we got to run. We got to pay some bills, but it's good talking to you. Thank you so much. And again, we'll have.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Well, look, concerning the Daniel Penny's case, I do not believe he is a hero. This is my own opinion, okay? He had 2 people holding this guy's hand, Jordan Neely, on the subway. So you could have just ease out a little bit, you know, like, I'm gonna release you now, you know, relax, okay? And like you heard, he said this guy was already like on drugs, and he's been arrested 27 times. So, you know what? I guess, I mean, time was just up for him. But, um, you know, I don't think Daniel Penny is a hero or whatever they're calling him. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. And concerning this United CEO guy, who knows, okay? Who knows what people can plan for themselves, or what people may be planning against you, or nobody knows the motive. Nobody knows exactly what was going on or what happened right here. And this guy is saying this person is not a professional, that he would have worn sunglasses if he was a professional. I mean, what if he had a mask under the mask? I mean, who knows? Nobody knows. Okay. Just like the movie I just started, well, the TV show I just started binging. It's called The Jackal. The Jackal, or The Day of the Jackal. And that's like one of the best TV shows I've seen in a while. It's on Peacock, and it's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I think that guy is superb, the number one A-list professional, um, end all be all type of taking you out of this world, taking you out of this world. That's what I think that guy is. And he always had a mask on. Not like mask, like a real skin type, looking like makeup transformation type look. And y'all should go really check out The Day of the Jackal. It's like one of the best that I've seen in a while. All right. With that being said, I hope his family finds solace. I hope so. And United Healthcare, I hope they can bounce back from this and do better. Okay, do better, because, like you heard, they have a lot of things going on concerning claims. So they better do better. Everybody has to do better, man. The days of not being a good person and not, taking responsibility for your own actions and taking responsibilities for the things that you create, it's like those days are gone. You have to take responsibilities these days. All right. What's going on in New York? Well, New York, Chicago, those two are just on vibes right now. Those two are on vibes right now. Listen to the mayor of New York right now, Eric Adams.
Those who are here committing crimes, robberies, shooting at police officers, raping innocent people, have been a harm to our country, well, cancel me, because I'm going to protect the people of this city.
Let's start with cutting off illegals, getting free everything. Free housing, free schooling, free food. The police detail you had, the 200 police detail you had, let's start with that. Because you Democrats, and you remember you told us to defund the police? Remember, you ran on that. Remember, y'all know for real. And now, if you all vote on anything to raise all taxes or anything, because we already suffering homeowners, you all will not be in those seats.
Okay, first you heard from New York City Mayor Adams in a major shift. He says deport criminal illegal aliens now. And also that was Chicago resident Danielle Carter Walters describing how dangerous the situation is now in Chicago. Danielle joins us now. Danielle, we appreciate you so much for joining us on the show. Merry Christmas to you. I know it's so hard for you guys in Chicago. Can you please tell the viewer about what exactly is happening on the streets in Chicago now when it comes to illegal aliens?
Well, we have about 70,000 illegal aliens here in Chicago. They're just having entire restaurants all on the corner of residential areas. We're having crime. We're having more shoplifting going on here. And we also having where the gangs are taken over. So it's really bad here in Chicago, especially when you dump 70,000 illegal aliens in our neighborhoods.
You know, Danielle, so on Monday, a mass shooting in Chicago, reportedly involving, migrants from Venezuela, 8 shot, 3 dead. And now,
Yes.
Is this right that Chicago spent nearly $600 million in illegal aliens since 2022, but the Democrat mayor and the city council, they want to raise your property taxes to pay for it when you guys are getting nothing in return? We're showing the amount nationwide. It was $574 million, now we're hearing from Chicago, spent on this. Nationwide, $150 billion plus spent nationwide on illegal aliens. Is that is those the numbers you guys are hearing about too?
Yes, we are in a $1 billion deficit. We have spent, and I believe it's more, $600 million on illegals, funding them free housing, free medical, free schooling, free food, everything free, all while trying to tax the taxpayers. So we are in the $1 billion deficit. We want Brandon Johnson to allow Trump to come in and do his job. That's what we voted for, and that's what we want as American citizens and as Chicago citizens. I did not vote for this mayor, nor have I voted Democrat since 2016. But since this is what we have to deal with, he's a dictator. He refused to listen to the citizens, and we're telling him right now, if you do not listen to us and let Tom Homan come in and get these illegals out of our neighborhood, that it's going to be a problem.
You know, Danielle, we got news coming in. Mexico troops just seized a record amount of fentanyl, an historic amount that was heading toward the border. Let's take a listen to New York City Mayor Eric Adams on what the money that's going toward illegal aliens, what it's not being spent on for taxpayers. Danielle, let's get your reaction to this. Watch.
Okay.
The long-term impact of that $6.4 billion has not materialized yet. We could have spent $400 million on community schools to handle chronic absentees. We could have spent $600 million on 2,000 guiding counselors and social workers in schools, $39 million on summer rise and extended hours for 30,000 children, $22 million on MetroCards for 75,000 summer youth employment participants. $200 million could have gone to 1,000 more police officers. $84 million could have gone to 730 park staffs. The police budget is less than what we spent. The entire NYPD is only $6.2 billion. Fire department only $2.6 billion. They hurt the future of New York City.
A word on that.
Well, first, I think he's too late. He's definitely too late. He should have did this when it first happened, just like Brandon Johnson should have did this when it first happened. We fought him because we wanted to get put on the ballot so we can vote on if we wanted Chicago to stay a sanctuary city. Brandon Johnson blocked that. So these Democratic mayors, Eric Adams now want to act like he wants to do something, but he should have did something 2 years ago when they started coming.
That's an important point.
So basically, I blame him for what's going on, just like we blame Jay Pritzker and we blame Brandon Johnson, because these Democratic mayors and governors allowed this. And they knew that we didn't have the funding to fund this, but they didn't care because they knew it was going to be on the taxpayer back. So now that we're in this deficit and the New York mayor is going through what he's going through, now he wants to act like he's trying to do something. But the good thing is he's acting like he wants to do something. Our mayor, Brandon Johnson, is doubling down on what he's saying.
Got it. Daniel Carter Walters, thank you so much very much for joining us tonight. We appreciate you.
I'm telling you guys, man, in 2028 and 2032, Democrats need to get their acts together because this may be looking very bad for them. I'm telling y'all, this is bad for business. Democrat better get their acts together. Listen to the people. Listen to the people, guys. You heard that woman. You better listen to your people.
Joining us now from Senate Budget, the one and only Senator Rick Scott. Senator, a Merry Christmas to you, too. So what do you make of now Democrat Jared Moskowitz is on board with the DOJ caucus to cut government waste? Are Democrats finally getting it that it's inflationary and causes taxes to rise?
Well, that's one. But, you know, we need a lot more to come on board. Look, I'm a turnaround guy. That's what I did in my business life. I bought failing businesses and I fixed them up. and then I eventually sold them. I created a lot of jobs that way. I ran for governor back in 2010 with the same mindset. Florida was losing people, was losing jobs. We had not balanced its budget. We cut 20% of the regulatory environment. We streamlined the permitting environment. We cut taxes and fees 100 times, and guess what happened? Our economy blossomed. We had 1.7 million jobs. I've been up here 6 years fighting to do the exact same thing. I am so excited that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and Donald Trump want to do this. I'm excited. I'm going to be meeting with them tomorrow. I've been talking to them about ideas. How do we make government efficient? Think about this. We've had a 2% increase in our population in 5 years, a 53% increase in our spending. That can't last.
Yeah, that's right.
37% of our revenues are now going to interest expense. We can provide better service at lower prices. I mean, Vivek's done it, Elon's done it, Donald Trump has done it. I did it. We're going to figure this out. I'm excited.
Senator, it's, all of that government waste, they're talking about cutting $2 trillion. It's a target-rich environment. All of that money could have gone to hiring more cops, hiring more teachers, hiring more firemen. Can President-elect Trump get this done? Can he get the government waste cut? Because Biden just locked in a work-from-home deal, a new deal for over 42,000 federal workers to work from home until the year 2029. Can Trump knock all of this out?
Absolutely. Everything that Biden has done through the regulatory environment, right, through executive orders, Trump can change. He can change day one on the executive orders. On the regulatory stuff, there's a process. All of this can be fixed. That's what I did when I got elected governor. I went through agency by agency, and we painstakingly got rid of regulatory environments. We streamlined things. All that stuff is doable here, and we know what we need to do. So I'm excited. I think the American public clearly voted for this, and we're going to make it happen.
Senator Scott, great to see you. Thanks for joining.
Shout out to Senator Scott. Shout out to Senator Scott. Okay, well, Elon Musk, everybody knows this man is a innovator, the wealthiest man on earth, sending rockets to the moon, to space, to Mars, and all that stuff, okay? With Tesla saving the environment. Of course, Vivek Ramaswamy, this is an established businessman with a net worth of $1 billion. That's not small money, okay? And of course, the legendary 45th and now the 47th President of the United States was voted for popular vote, electoral college, and he believes he has a mandate. Okay, he believes he has a mandate, and that mandate is save America, restore the economy, safeguard the border, and make sure you put money back in the people's pocket. That's what he's trying to do. So, cutting down on inefficiency in the government is 100% better. Shout out to Javier. Javier says, I voted for Scott. Shout out to you, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, MAGA, bro. Straight up MAGA.
On November 30th, 2022, the world as we know it changed forever with the introduction of ChatGPT. But it was only the beginning of a journey, not only for the company OpenAI, but also society. Let's face it, it sparked excitement, it sparked controversy, and a lot of outright fear and loathing. With me now, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, along with Andrew Ng, co-founder and chief executive officer Brian Schimpf. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining. Hey, let me just start with you first, Sam, because the introduction itself, I mean, you look at it, introducing ChatGPT, it looks so innocuous. It's like, obviously it was a passion of yours. You believed in it as a visionary, but are you surprised at how instantaneously it changed the world?
Yeah, we've been working on AI for a long time, and we'd put these things out into the world, and there had been some excitement in tech, but it really was this moment of ChatGPT, which was not even a product. It was like a research preview that we put out.
What do you guys think about ChatGPT? Do you use ChatGPT? Let me know if you use ChatGPT in the comment. And I really use ChatGPT. I'm not even gonna cap. I was writing a leave of absence for my family member, and it was easy to do because it's just put it in there and it's gonna write it for you. Like ChatGPT definitely does a lot, and this is like the Google 2.0. Especially like ChatGPT is not like a search engine. It can be a search engine, but it's not a search engine. It's more than a search engine. It's like AI in total. Let me know if you use ChatGPT in the comment for work, for school, for whatever.
and for whatever reason, that was the moment that it really caught fire. So we were definitely surprised.
Caught fire is an understatement. I mean, I'm in the stock market. The stock market turned up. It's never looked back. You know, the Mag 7, all of this stuff, and this has been absolutely amazing. I just want to follow up on that, though, because it was the fourth iteration. And when you look at the evolution of ChatGPT, the foundation, 2018, it talks about generating human-like text. The second one, 2019, talked about human-like text. The third one, redefining the possibilities, talked about human-like text. When this was developed and unveiled, it talked about ethical considerations. And I thought that was amazing. So instead of being human-like, now it's so good that there are other considerations. And of course, we've seen a lot of it. We've seen actor strikes over the possibility of AI taking their jobs. And I think it's two levels I want to ask you about. First, the immediacy, intellectual property, taking jobs. What do you say to folks who are saying this is happening too fast?
It is definitely happening fast, but on the other hand, I think society adapts really fast. You know, when GPT-4 first launched, there were 2 weeks of everyone's mind being blown, saying it's totally different. I can't believe it. Like, everything's going to change. You know, the world next month is going to be completely different. And then when next month came along, the world was pretty much the same, except people were saying, like, why isn't this faster? There's a bug, make it better.
Right.
Which I think says something beautiful about human expectations and the drive for
Well, I'm a
progress.
natural-born Luddite. If I was around when Ned Ludd was around, I would have been breaking and weaving machines, right? But I also am a student of history, and I know that every time we've come through these sort of industrial revolutions, and this is at least the fourth or fifth, depending on how you count them, it's better at mankind. But there is a growth period. There is a painful period of adjustment. People will lose jobs, you know, and there will be this gulf. And do you feel any sort of responsibility, or how do you deal with that yourself?
People will lose jobs.
Yeah.
Many new jobs will be created, I think much better jobs. We feel a responsibility to educate society as we see it. We'll be right about some things, wrong about others, and to be as good as we can at being stewards of this technology. But, you know, not everyone's going to like all of the impacts, but this is coming. This is like, this is a scientific achievement of humanity that is going to get embedded in everything we do.
And when it reaches its ultimate pinnacle, which maybe it never does, there's a point, too, where people fear that just there won't be a need for mankind. Now, I know Isaac Asimov, I think it was Isaac Asimov, who said, listen, this is fine. We want robots and AI and things like that so we could pursue other things since we want to use like 5% of our brains. I don't know. I think people have a need to work also.
I agree with that, but the definition of work changes. You know, someone that lived thousands of years ago that was trying to be like a subsistence farmer probably would look at what you and I do now and say, that's not really work. They're just having fun.
Right. And we are, to a degree. Yeah, yeah. Let me bring Brian into the...
But it feels really important.
It does.
It's like satisfying and fulfilling.
I mean, you understand it, right? I mean, you understand how, okay, if AI does everything and what AI doesn't do, the robots do, then where do I fit in as a person, as someone who's on this planet for a certain period of time?
I think it will be so clear once these robots are off doing all of these other things that there's some special human things, and we don't really care about that much what those robots do, in the same way that, you know, we don't care that much about the machines and factories making stuff for us.
Right.
But we'll find stuff to do that we really care about.
Of course, Brian, you're on today also because you have breaking news, a partnership with OpenAI. With your company. And again, you know, going to your website, the first thing that leaps out at me is you know, your Lattice operating system, autonomous sense making. So, you know, we're helping the U.S. military and our allies with our weapons, particularly in this age of drones and hypersonic missiles. But it also sounds a little ominous. How smart do we want missiles to be?
Well, I think the first thing to remember is exactly what Sam said, that AI is here. This technology is going to be part of the future. It's going to be one of the most critical areas, both economically for the United States to take leadership in, as well.
I mean, with OpenAI partnership with a defense company, that's wow. That's absolutely wow. It's like Elon Musk partnering with, well, Elon Musk is like his own 360 degrees armor suits. It's like Iron Man all in one. That's what Elon Musk is, because he sends rocket to space. He has Starlink. He can send satellite to anywhere in the world, that's just wild. Okay, that's absolutely wild. I think he can because he sent Starlink to North Carolina. He helps Ukraine with Starlink. Like he's just on another level. And I like this. I'm predicting that this OpenAI guy, Sam Altman or whatever his name is, yes, Sam Altman. This guy may be the next Elon Musk, except he's just gonna be on a different level entirely. And don't forget, Elon Musk was one of the first people to um first sort of like invest in Sam Altman when it came to OpenAI, when it comes to artificial intelligence. And it's a profit company, non-profit organization. And Elon is saying he wants them to keep it that way. He doesn't want artificial intelligence to be for profit. He wants it to be just for non-profit. What do you guys think? Do you think artificial intelligence should be for profit or non-profit? Let me know in the comments.
Well as on the military side
Let me
and
know
all
in
the
the chat,
national
guys.
security implications. And I particularly want the United States, which is founded on human rights, which is founded on ethical use of technology, to be in the lead, to set those norms, and to actually drive the technology forward. So for us, when we think about the use of AI, this is really about how do we drive the quality of information, the amount of information that humans can actually engage with. This is fundamentally about how do we keep humans in the driver's seat, keep them in charge, and have them actually make better decisions, higher quality decisions. That's exactly what we need AI to do.
You know, another thing that caught my eye here is that we don't wait for our customers to tell us what they need. We identify their problems, privately fund R&D, and sell finished products off. That's pretty bold. You're actually going to show up at the customers and say, hey, U.S. Army, you're going to need this tank next week, so you might as well pay for it. We already polished it up for you.
Look, I think AI is one of these areas where it defies how things in defense have been done traditionally. So in the past, you've had the Defense Department leading the way on advanced technology research, and that had been the case, kind of starting in the 1950s, 1960s. But increasingly, technology is developed in the commercial sphere, and AI, I think, is the best exemplar of this, where that was the brainchild of working at OpenAI that tons of researchers were able to bring forward. And it really, remembering that moment was like kind of this alien technology that came down, and the possibilities of what you can do with it afterwards were huge. That's a very hard model for the Defense Department to wrestle with. And so our approach to this is figure out how best we can use it. We are the technologists that can actually apply these things to national security problems. I think we're best placed for that. And working with OpenAI is the best company in the space and the ones who are going to best wrestle with the questions of how do you ethically use this. That's exactly who you want working on these problems. So I think this model is completely necessary for this moment in technology.
It's bold for sure, and I tend to agree with you, Sam. Something Brian just talked about with respect to working with OpenAI. Obviously, everyone knows your issues that you have with Elon Musk, who I think you consider something of a mentor. It's tough watching this from outside. I think you guys will resolve it. But on March 5th, the OpenAI posted sort of a letter of sorts talking about the mission of OpenAI is to ensure AGI benefits of all humanity. Where's the rub here? Where's the problems within this? Because obviously it's, we're all about open competition. Yeah. But what's the issue here? Are you shutting out other potential AI competitors? Or?
No, and we are happy to have competitors, of course. Elon has made a lot of accusations. This is, I think, his fourth or third legal action against us, something like that. And, we'll respond again. I think Elon's motivations here are fairly transparent. That said, I do have incredible respect for him. And on the point about competitors, we're happy for our investors to invest in competitors. That's okay. Like almost any other company, if you do that, we'll stop sharing a bunch of confidential information with you. But that's really standard, and that's very different than saying we don't let our investors invest in other companies. The point that Brian was just making, I think, is important and is relevant to this, though, which is this is incredibly high stakes. AI is here. AI is going to impact a lot of what we do, and people like Elon and others feel very strongly. I think there are things we agree on. The United States has got to lead in AI innovation. This technology is going to be used by our adversaries. We've got to use it to help defend American troops. But given the magnitude of this technology and sort of the significance of this moment in time, a lot of people have a lot of strong feelings.
Yeah.
And Elon is one of them.
Yeah, certainly. But the bottom line is that, you and I were talking before this, and I said, before I was thinking coming into this decade, the Roaring 20s Redux, 1990, 1920, 2020. But more I look at it, I feel like it's maybe the Gilded Age, which in many ways is even more impactful for humans, particularly Americans. And you're at the forefront of that, so it's great talking to you.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, he looks like a calm person, but you never know what someone thinks and what they're capable of just by listening to them talk. He's a very brilliant person. Of course, he established OpenAI. Well, he's the CEO of OpenAI, and he looks at Elon Musk like a big brother and like a mentor. And Elon is very smart. However, it's just like back in the day when you had Warren Buffett, you had this guy Microsoft, Bill Gates. You had Richard Branson, the founder of Virgin Atlantic. Look, they've been rich men, innovative men. They've been men that have changed the world, just like Steve Jobs, okay? When Steve Jobs was alive, people thought there would never be another Steve Jobs or there would never be anybody to get to this level. But the fact is, there will always be another giant. Okay, there would always be another giant, regardless of how much we think Elon Musk is the new greatest guy ever. New, younger people will come forward. And I feel like Sam Altman, well, I don't feel like, I can predict that Sam Altman is one of those new young people that would overtake people like Elon Musk. It may take a while, it might take 10, 15 years, but he will. Okay, it's just what it is, and it's not just only him. There are a lot of people coming up right now, just like Jeff Bezos. Okay, nobody felt that anybody would overtake Jeff Bezos on just on that level of doing great things, becoming the wealthiest man alive, one of the most influential people on earth. Jeff Bezos was like Amazon was doing great. Everybody, it's still doing great. However, it's like Elon Musk's name and influence is way huge, bigger than somebody like Jeff Bezos at this point. So people are always going to come up and overtake you. It's just what it is. Shout out to Bubby. Bubby says, does Elon Musk support AI? Absolutely. He supports AI. He doesn't just want AI to be for profit. He wants it to be non-profit. But people are like, well, we have to make it for profit, especially Sam Altman. But it is what it is. Check this out.
Breaking right now, each day everybody is reminded directly or indirectly that we are in the fourth industrial revolution. Now, investors, in fact, reminded today, every time you peek in your portfolio, but particularly today, right? You look at the top performing names in today's session. At the top of the list, Salesforce.com is surging. Now, here's the thing. It's all about AI, and just earlier this year, Salesforce.com, the stock got hammered because they were falling behind. They had no real AI vision that the street could see. Down at 1.16% on the year. Now it's up over 40% on the year. And I got to tell you, I continue to marvel at these managers that have sort of written off the notion of a fourth industrial revolution and the key components from AI to Bitcoin and the blockchain. I got to tell you something. I am a natural-born Luddite. I always tell people, if I was around when Net Ludd was around, I would have been breaking up weaving machines too. But I know that these moments have several things in common. That ultimately humankind enjoys richer existence because of the driven visionaries. But it's never an easy transition, and it's never without controversy. Today, we have two of those visionaries with us that the world will be talking about 100 years from now. Sam Altman later on in this show, and Michael Saylor, MicroStrategy's executive chairman and Bitcoin evangelist, joins us now. Michael, it's so good to see you in the flesh, my man.
Here I am.
Yeah, here you are. So let's talk about this because There are three things I want to talk to you about in this interview. First, I want to talk about this MicroStrategy approach to buying Bitcoin because it's got Wall Street on fire. Some people are excited, some people aren't. So the strategy is essentially you're raising billions of dollars to buy Bitcoin. You have a convertible bond with arbitrage opportunities. Volatility is a financial engine. You see volatility in this circumstance is a positive thing and also suitable for raising money in the future. So walk us through how does it really work?
Well, you've got one group of investors that want low volatility. They want a secure, comfortable ride. So we sell them a convertible bond. You've got other kinds of investors that want super high performance, the sports car. They're buying the equity. We borrow the money from the convertible bond market at 0% interest. We buy Bitcoin, we lever up the equity, so the equity outperforms Bitcoin, and that's great for equity investors. And for the bond investors, they can't stand the equity risk, they don't want the downside risk, but they have a huge appetite for the bonds.
Why do they have, I saw one of the critics that said, who the hell is buying these? Who's buying them? They said, why would anyone buy them? They have 0% interest.
Well, one group of people would be long Bitcoin investors. They're going to buy the bonds because they get the upside of Bitcoin without the downside. Another group of investors are convertible arbitragers. They actually buy the bond, short the stock, extract sort of a risk-free premium out of the instrument, and they can only do that with a convertible bond. They can't do it with equity, and they can't do it with Bitcoin.
So again, you face a lot of critics with all of this. What do you say to people who are saying, hey, you're making up financial terms? Like, all the stuff you're kind of talking about is gobbledygook and it's made up and it's just sort of taking advantage of a moment in time when there's sort of a financial hysteria around the world, and it's not sustainable.
Well, I would say that public companies exist to issue securities. So some fixed income investors, they want a guaranteed coupon or they want low risk and they want to participate without the volatility. Others want to make an investment. If you want to invest in New York City, you can either buy the real estate or you can invest in a company that borrows a lot of money to develop 10 times as much real estate. So we're offering investors whatever degree of risk and performance they want. And there's hundreds of trillions of dollars in the capital market that absolutely has to buy a security, and they cannot buy the commodity.
Right.
So we're serving their need.
The volatility as a positive from your perspective, I think you called it or equated it to fire some earlier in the week. Explain that part of it.
Well, imagine I have a 40-ton weight in my backyard. It's a sculpture. That's US dollars on the balance sheet. Imagine I take the 40-ton weight and I put it on a flywheel and I spin it 60 RPM. That's a turbine. Now imagine I extend the arm a bit and I get it to go 120 RPM and I plug it into a power plant. Now I've got a reactor. And so what MicroStrategy is doing is we're tapping in that volatility. We're using $40 billion of capital to capture the energy. We're powering our equity forward, and we're benefiting the entire crypto economy and the conventional capital markets.
So, Michael, recently had a chance to address Microsoft to explain them the value of all of this Bitcoin, and you're obviously proud of yourself. We saw your video. I think it was like 17 takes. But I thought
21 times.
21 times, not
21
bad,
times.
not bad. I think one time it took Earl Campbell like 59 times to do one commercial. I think it's a great opportunity, though, to borrow some of these slides to educate also the audience, because not everyone knows the benefits. So obviously I wanted to start with this because it dovetails into the whole conversation of the fourth industrial revolution, this technology wave, digital capital coming right after, of course, the personal computer down to AI. What distinguishes this, the digital capital?
Look, when we saw digital photos transform, a lot of people didn't get the fact that Kodak was going to get replaced by Instagram and Facebook, but they get digital photos. Digital capital is what happens when your long-term store of value goes from a building or goes from a portfolio of stocks to a digital asset like Bitcoin. Bitcoin represents the digital transformation of hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital in the world.
Right.
No one expected to see it, so they don't quite get what it's going to be, except for the fact it's worth all the money in the world.
So let's talk about that, because you do have a couple of slides showing assets around the world. First, okay, let's start with this from again, geared toward Microsoft, but some critics would say when you talk about digital capital being economically and technically superior, no tax, I mean, that doesn't mean it can't be taxed in certain jurisdictions at some point, no torts, legal issues are going to come up, no regulator. I mean, these are great points, but are they forever points?
The point is, I got $100 million in New York City and I buy a building, I got to worry about someone slipping and falling on the sidewalk and a property tax. But if I can snap my fingers and teleport the building to Zambia, Central Africa, or to Monaco, all of a sudden it's a teleportable building. And of course, if I don't have any tenants in the building, I don't got to worry about them defaulting. So digital capital is the ability to move the money at the speed of light anywhere on Earth and program it on a computer. There's a lot of people that are going to want that rather than having, you know, pick a country in Africa where you want to invest your life savings in a building. Forever.
Yeah, let's say Angola.
Right, and what happens if the government fails? You lose everything.
Exactly.
But if you could put the building in your pocket and go to the place where you like the government, maybe you get to keep your money.
Great. Let's talk about how it's going to grow. So in your presentation, you have this slide twice. The first one, right now, Bitcoin is $2 trillion. You're saying in 21 years, $280 trillion. How do we get there?
What I'm saying is the wealth in the entire world is growing because of innovation, because of technology, but also because of inflation. And people are thinking to sell their Central African real estate to buy Bitcoin, or sell their Siberian natural gas to buy Bitcoin, or sell their Argentine currency to buy Bitcoin. So as people migrate their capital into this global monetary asset, that asset class is going to grow faster
than the rest
than
of
equity, faster than gold, faster than real estate.
But also, did I read somewhere that you're saying each Bitcoin would be worth the equivalent of $13 million?
Yeah, well, when you crank in the growth rate, which for me, the base case is 29% a year on average for 21 years, that gets you from where...
Bitcoin's philosophy and political promise. This is an article from 2022. It's not just a decentralized peer-to-peer electronic cash system. It's more, right? This is what this article is saying. And it's going to have an impact on economies, philosophy, politics, human rights, and society. That is huge to live up to.
Bitcoin is a protocol for prosperity. Fire, electricity, steel, English, mathematics. You would give them to the world. Bitcoin is an economic protocol. Once you master Bitcoin, you can figure out how to save your wealth, how to economically prosper. It works for a country, a company, a family, an individual. Nobody owns it. It's a utilitarian, egalitarian entitlement, just a good for the world. That's why I'm so enthusiastic about it.
And particularly underdeveloped nations, right? I mean, this is what we're really talking about, a way for them to catch up. I mean, right now, if you're an underdeveloped nation and you want to try to catch up, you're at the whims or the mercy of the IMF or the World Bank, who, quite frankly, they have rates sometimes that are like, that makes the mafia blush, right? I mean, to me, you're always going to be an underdeveloped nation if you have to go to the World Bank to borrow money.
If you're a type 1 diabetic, you can eat continuously and you'll starve to death because you cannot store organic energy. If you don't have a capital asset like Bitcoin, I can send billions or tens of billions of dollars to Africa. You can make billions. The money will just drain out of your capital structure because you're storing it in a currency which is collapsing faster than you can actually generate it.
Will large industrialized countries allow this to live up to its promise? It's one thing to say it's a $2 trillion asset. It's another to say, hey, eventually this will replace fiat currency, which a lot of folks believe it will.
I think you got to keep in mind money bifurcates into currency, the medium of exchange, of which the dollar is the world reserve currency, and capital, the store of value, of which right now real estate and equity portfolios are the world reserve capital. Bitcoin is emerging to compete with equity and real estate as world reserve capital. But those Africans, they can't buy real estate in the US. They can't buy equity in the New York Stock Exchange. It's global capital. And once you understand that, you realize that every nation that respects property rights is going to support Bitcoin.
Yeah.
If you go communist, full-on socialist, North Korea, Cuba, they're going to expropriate your property. But any place where people respect property rights and they give you a chance for capitalism and freedom, they're going to allow you to have Bitcoin. And the competitor really is, the Vanguard 500 is going to get demonetized a little bit. And then instead of buying a real estate portfolio and a third apartment, you buy some Bitcoin. And I don't think that's threatening to anybody.
Wow. Well, the Trump administration, no, because they're talking about a strategic reserve. But, you know, again, these nations that are in trouble, maybe. I do want to point out, I always talk to people about this, like YAP, Yap Stone money. You know, a lot of folks don't realize, you know, it was worth something in part because it was so dangerous to go to other islands to get it, to bring it back home and to manufacture it. So there is a certain inherent wealth. All right, the third part of this, I got to talk about your saga because you are such an amazing story. This right here, the headline from the New York Daily News in March of 2000. Lost $6 billion in a day. Hotshot tech CEO loses his fortune. I mean, they blamed you for this massive crash in the stock. How did you deal with this then and stay focused to get to where you are right now?
It's very humbling. It reminds you sometimes that you need a good team and you can't do too much too fast. I wish I'd had Bitcoin back then. My life would have been a lot easier. I think having lived through all the difficulties of my 30 years in business, when I got to the point where I saw Bitcoin, I realized the elegance of
Did you have a eureka moment when you put it all together? Was there like a eureka moment? You ran out of the house with a bath towel on, like, I figured it out.
Yeah, it's everybody working themselves to death as hard as they can, and they can't get ahead.
Yeah.
And that's because you're trying to do too much, but you don't have the right savings technology. And so Bitcoin was that way out of that working myself to death.
Of course, you still have detractors now. Give me an example. I'm sure you know Jim Chanos, for instance. Of course, famous hedge fund manager known for shorting companies. He shorted Enron. This is just a recent tweet where he went after you. Now, part of this probably is because you crushed him. I mean, let's face it, he was short your stock for a long time, and I'm sure he's gotten hammered. But there are other people out there that are saying this whole thing, again, getting a little bit back to what we were talking about earlier, is just sort of a P.T. Barnum act. You know, what do you say to the folks on the street that...
Successful, well-known people that just don't understand digital capital. I mean, there were successful people running Kodak. There's successful people running Xerox, and there are successful people that didn't care for the automobile or electricity. I think another decade and they'll start to appreciate it. But right now, you're going to have a lot of rich, famous people that are skeptical until they put in the 100 hours to learn about Bitcoin.
I was just telling my team, I read an article recently that 20 years after the invention of the automobile, there was a movement to get rid of it. They said, we tried it, it didn't work, it's slow, it's not as reliable as a horse and buggy. So to your point, maybe it takes some time. I can't let you go without talking about the future after you pass away, because you've talked about establishing a sort of mission, a charity to support Bitcoin and the adoption of Bitcoin forever. What does that look like in your mind?
Well, you know, I'm reminded of the fact that Rockefeller contributed a lot of money to a lot of causes, and 100 years after his death, people are criticizing him for something that one of his charities is doing right now. So sometimes you got to be careful about big charity. But what I would say about Bitcoin, which is just wonderful, is if you accumulate a lot of wealth in Bitcoin and you just burn the keys when you leave, you're making a pro rata contribution to everybody that owns Bitcoin in the world based upon their contribution and their knowledge of Bitcoin. So I think that supporting Bitcoin as a protocol for prosperity is just a great thing to do. And otherwise, I think, you know, take the Bitcoin with you.
Yeah. Will you be known more for the economic success or the humanitarian success?
I hope I'm known for having taken the torch from Satoshi and went on to commercialize Bitcoin with corporations and governments decades after he passed.
All right. Let's remember.
Shout out to everybody tuning in one more time. I just want to take it back to when he said Bitcoin was going to be $13 million in about by 2045. Let me see if I can find that.
Again, geared toward Microsoft, but some critics would say when you talk about digital capital being economically and technically superior, no tax. I mean, that doesn't mean it can't be taxed in certain jurisdictions at some point. No torts. You know, legal issues are going to come up. No regulator. I mean, these are great points, but are they forever points?
The point is, I got $100 million in New York City and I buy a building. I got to worry about someone slipping and falling on the sidewalk and a property tax. But if I can snap my fingers and teleport the building to Zambia, Central Africa, or to Monaco, all of a sudden it's a teleportable building. And of course, if I don't have any tenants in the building, I don't got to worry about them defaulting. Right, so. Right. Digital capital is the ability to move the money at the speed of light anywhere on Earth and program it on a computer. There's a lot of people that are going to want that rather than having, you know, pick a country in Africa where you want to invest your life savings in a building.
Right.
Forever.
Yeah, let's say Angola.
Right, and what happens if the government fails? You lose everything.
Exactly.
But if you could put the building in your pocket and go to the place where you like the government, maybe you get to keep your money.
Great. Let's talk about how it's going to grow. So in your presentation, you have this slide twice. The first one, right now, Bitcoin is $2 trillion. You're saying in 21 years, $280 trillion. How do we get there?
What I'm saying is the wealth in the entire world is growing because of innovation, because of technology, but also because of inflation. And people are thinking to sell their Central African real estate to buy Bitcoin, or sell their Siberian natural gas to buy Bitcoin, or sell their Argentine currency to buy Bitcoin. So as people migrate their capital into this global monetary asset, that asset class is going to grow faster
than the rest
than
of them.
equity, faster than gold, faster than real estate.
But also, did I read somewhere that you're saying each Bitcoin would be worth the equivalent of $13 million?
Yeah, well, when you crank in the growth rate, which for me, the base case is 29% a year on average for 21 years, that gets you from where we are today to 13 million a coin in the year 2045.
All right, so we've talked about the financial parts of this. You and I have
That's just crazy. $13 million a coin by 2045. What? Even if you have half, that's still like $6.5 million. Now think about if you have a whole one, that's $13 million. And this guy has, I think his firm, Michael Saylor's firm, has one of the largest Bitcoin holdings on earth. Billions in Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Like, he's going wild. He's just stacking up on Bitcoin. And that's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Bitcoin is the future. I'm not even going to cap. Okay. Bitcoin, cryptocurrency is the future. There's going to be another one. There's like Ethereum, there is Doge, there's XRP, there's Solana. There's so many ones. Okay. But cryptocurrency is here to stay. Bitcoin is definitely the leader, but crypto is here to stay. So even if you say you don't get it, you don't understand it, it's just like the stock market. Okay, people are gonna say, "Well, don't invest in the stock market. You know, it's all scam." Look, the stock market has made billionaires, millionaires, and made people poor. Okay, so regardless of how you heard that part, it's about you realizing that no matter what you do, you can learn. You can definitely learn on strategies, on things to do. My number one, what I would say is, it's like savings. Okay, put your money little by little on the side. Okay, if you're gonna save $10 a week, if you're gonna save $200 a week, you save it. Okay, sometimes you don't save any amount because you're just trying to survive. Okay, however, you know deep down that savings is going to save your life. Okay, so it's the same thing with investment. Put some money in assets like Bitcoin, uh, stock market, or real estate. Okay, just put your money in places that it would grow. But then again, it's like, what is the median income for a typical American to be able to buy real estate, to be able to buy uh, Bitcoin, to be able to buy stocks? Okay, so you're gonna have to do what you got to do because it's hard out here, bro. It's hard out here. I'm not even gonna cap. It is hard out here, but you gotta save because it's gonna save you in future. All right, everybody. When we're gonna grow old, we're gonna get tired. We're gonna get sick. Our health will fail as we grow older. So you need something to save you, and that is your savings, your investment. Those things will save you. So, with that being said, do what you got to do, guys. Do what you got to do. Get your money up. Do all you got to do, especially men. Okay, men, do what you got to do. I'm not even gonna cap. Do what you got to do, man.
So I want to ask you about a report that broke this afternoon in National Public Radio. David Folkenflik reported that a former colleague at Fox told him that Hegseth got, quote, handsy.
And this is for Pete Hegseth. His mom was on Fox. And I told you, man, that interview his mom did, I mean, she did what she had to do, but I don't think that was the best move for him, especially like the way she spoke. I mean, she did, like I said, she did what she had to do, but I don't think that's gonna help him a lot like that.
Repeatedly while inebriated, once even groping her bottom at a Manhattan bar. Obviously, it's an anonymous allegation. We should note that Folkenflik has been covering sexual assault and sexual harassment at Fox for years. His track record on this is pretty good, but what is your response?
See, and this is the pattern, is that we have all these anonymous complaints where people are saying things, they aren't giving any specifics, they don't have any corroboration whatsoever, and yet the people who were also there at the time are willing to come on the record by name, on camera, and say, this didn't happen. It's the same thing at CVA, it's the same thing at Fox, it's the same thing at the Veterans for Freedom. Every single one of these, you have a few anonymous people saying it, and yet the people who come on the record and say, this is my name, this never happened.
So you represented Pete, you've represented him for 8 or 9 years,
Yes.
I believe, starting with the Concerned Veterans for America stuff.
Correct.
That, including the incident in 2017 in Monterey. Now, we should note that Pete acknowledges that there was a sexual encounter. He says it was consensual.
Correct.
The woman had a different story. He did pay her an undisclosed sum. And to some people out there, that might look like, well, that's guilt. That's an admission of guilt. You're his attorney. Explain why you disagree.
Sure. It could look like guilt. It could also look like an extortion. And that's the way that I saw it at the time, because this was something that was investigated by the police. The police found no basis whatsoever. In fact, one of the police officers told my investigator that before they interviewed Pete, based on the other witnesses' testimony and the video cameras, they were actually considering charging her
With making a false story? Or
no, with being the aggressor in this and taking advantage of him when he had too much to drink. And he went in and he talked to them, and of course, that kind of ended the idea of charging her. But you fast forward a few years, and all of a sudden she comes in with a lawyer saying, we're going to file this, we're going to make it public unless you pay.
So,
and the reality is, unfortunately, especially for public figures, during the Me Too movement, a public allegation that somebody had drugged and raped somebody, they're going to get fired immediately. Fox News isn't going to wait 2 years to find out what happens in court, any more than CNN or any other network would. He would have been fired right there.
So why do you think this is happening? Why do you think there are so many people coming out of the woodwork saying these things that have to do with either sexual or alcoholic impropriety?
This is unfortunately one of the things that has happened in this country when people are going for a confirmed position.
Well, nobody's saying this about Marco Rubio. I mean,
maybe he's going to be next. They started with they started with the Attorney General Matt Gaetz. Now they're focusing on Pete Hegseth. A lot of people, and particularly people like Pete that have lived, that have been out there. I mean, yes, Pete is not an angel. Yes, he's been out there partying a bit. He hasn't done these things. But particularly when it's somebody like him who threatens the institution, where people are afraid he might change things too much, he might stop the gravy train, he might get rid of some of the things that that people they're like, they're threatened by him. And so people will come out just as they did for Justice Kavanaugh, and you start with a few stories, and then that begins the avalanche, and so now you have all these fake stories out there. And every single one of them has a good factual defense to them, but they're hoping that by sheer volume that they could try and convince him to get out.
Is he cooperating with an FBI background check now that the Trump transition has come into this agreement with the Justice Department?
Not only is he cooperating, he can't wait to do the FBI background check. He's really looking forward to it because he knows, as I know, that FBI investigators are professionals. They're going to go through this. They're going to not just take a few anonymous complaints and put that in the report. They're going to try and corroborate it. The FBI background check is going to exonerate him of the vast majority of these claims, and so he's very much looking forward to that.
All right, Tim, always good to see you. Thank you so much, and thanks for your time. My panel's here to discuss Mark Caputo.
Well, I'm glad his lawyer went on CNN. This is absolutely nice for Pete Hegseth. These are the types of interviews, the people, the professionals in his life should be doing. But the one his mom did on Fox, it's all right. I don't really buy it.
Let me start with you. What's your reaction to what you just heard from Tim Parlatore, Pete Hegseth's attorney? He's arguing that his client still has Trump's attention, still has the commitment to have him committed. what's the word? To have him confirmed, rather, as Secretary of Defense?
Well, I guess DC is sometimes a lunatic asylum, so it can be the same word that can be used in both contexts. But the reality is that it really only matters what the 53 Republican senators think at this point. Trump is going to stand by his nominee as long as his nominee can stand up and get the votes. That was the lesson of Matt Gaetz. That's going to be the lesson of Pete Hegseth, and that's going to be the lesson of the others. Now, at a certain point, Donald Trump is going to decide to really start to fight and really start to bend arms, twist arms, and perhaps break them. The question we have here is not only can Hegseth get the votes, but if he falls short, to what degree is Donald Trump going to spend political capital? And we don't think, at least right now, that he's willing to spend a lot. That's why he's on the phone talking to Ron DeSantis about whether he wants the job. It is pretty surprising. It kind of shocked me yesterday morning when I heard it. But that doesn't mean DeSantis is going to get the job. What it means is that Donald Trump has doubts about whether Hegseth can actually get the votes.
Gretchen Carlson, Hegseth's mom appeared on Fox News defending him this morning. This comes after the New York Times a few days ago revealed that she wrote him a really harsh email in 2018 in which she accused him of mistreating women in his personal life. This is, I think, during his second divorce. We should note that she also, in that New York Times story, also said that she, a few hours later, apologized to Pete for writing that email. Take a listen to Penelope Hegseth earlier today.
I wrote that out of love. And about 2 hours later, I retracted it with an apology email, but nobody's seen that. He's a changed man, and I just hope people will get to know who Pete is today, especially our dear female senators, that you would listen to him, listen with your heart to the truth of Pete.
So, Gretchen, you are a survivor of sexual harassment in the workplace from when you worked at Fox. What do you think when you hear her defense of her son? What do you think when you hear the allegations against Pete Hegseth?
Yeah, let me first respond, Jake, to Tim Hegseth's lawyer, because one of the really important things that nobody's talking about is that the woman in that encounter has an NDA. So people can go out and say what they want on Hegseth's side, but she can't say anything. And I think that's a really important part of the story. So if they really want to get to the truth, they should let her out of her NDA. That's point number one. Now on to the mom interview. Look, it was a softball interview that was strictly appealing to the female GOP senators, as she said. And it was a mom encounter too, because it was mom to mom. And if mom says that her child is okay, then maybe other moms will feel the same way. I don't know. I'm seeing that there's a lot of hesitation from these female GOP senators. It'll be really enlightening to see what Joni Ernst actually says. I actually think she would make a better defense secretary than Pete. But you also have Shelley Moore Capito, and you have Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. You have now Cynthia Lummis changing her mind on this. And yesterday you had Senator Lindsey Graham, who had concerns about this as well. So in my mind, this is not about blowing up the Pentagon. There are plenty of other people that can do that. And we've named a couple on this show today: Ron DeSantis, Joni Ernst.
Yeah. Jasmine, Trump is reportedly considering Ron DeSantis, as Gretchen just alluded to, as a backup. The two, of course, were bitter rivals during the Republican presidential primaries. Do you think that this is legit, or is this like when he invited Mitt Romney to dinner that time to kind of, I guess, the belief was that they were trying to humiliate Romney as he was auditioning to be Secretary of State.
Over that stake, right? Yeah, well, I think what is true is that we know that Ron DeSantis' team has expressed interest to Trump's transition team about being available for that position, as has other people. But when I've talked to people within the transition team, they want to see senators keep an open mind about Pete Hegseth, and they want to see Pete Hegseth at least get to the confirmation process somewhere that, of course, we know Matt Gaetz didn't get to. But of course, I think all these drips of information, certainly the NPR report today, makes it that much more difficult, even though when I've talked to people since the nominee sat down with Megyn Kelly, they thought he did a good job. They thought his mom did a good job today on Fox, really trying to use that charm offensive that he's known so well for. But certainly, I think that the drip of information and as more accusations come, it makes it more difficult for him. And I know, just kind of responding back to his lawyer, of course, they can deny it. They've been really profusely saying that these things didn't happen or that there were kernels of truth. But what they can't deny is when that background check happens and what it says. Not necessarily just about the alleged behavior that he's had with women that I've heard, of course, are concerning to women senators, particularly on the GOP side. But of course, the potential that he may have a drinking problem. I think that is what is going to be kind of the nail in the coffin if it shows in the background check to be accurate from the people that I've spoken to, both in Congress and in the transition.
Jasmine, Gretchen, Mark, great to see all of you. Thank you so much.
Well, we've heard from CNN concerning Pete Hegseth, his mom's interview, and we also heard from the lawyer. It is what it is. You know, life happens. You make mistakes when you're younger. You never know you will be destined or you are destined for greatness. Pete Hegseth probably never knew he was going to be defense director, someone who was going to be leading the Pentagon. He never thought that was going to happen, but it's happening. So, I mean, your mistakes in the past will always come haunt you in the future. It is what it is. Life happens. All right, what else?
Here with reaction, Fox News contributor Kellyanne Conway, the incoming Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Stephen Miller, along with Fox News contributor Jason Chaffetz. Kellyanne, start with you. Let's get your reaction to these last-minute maneuverings of Joe Biden and the administration, seemingly designed to put roadblocks in the way for the incoming president.
It's problematic, but everybody sees it. That's why Donald Trump's approval rating right now, as the president in waiting, is higher than the number of people who actually voted for him, the percentage he got in the popular vote, which is pretty high, Sean, because people already see him communicating with us instantly, free of charge, on social media, telling us what he thinks of tariffs for Canada and Mexico, telling us what he thinks of U.S. Steel, telling us he's going to Paris for the reopening of Notre Dame, going to the Patriot Awards with you and our colleagues tomorrow in New York. He is telling us what the president is thinking and wanting to do on their behalf. Joe Biden, already one of the least popular presidents in recent memory, is making that worse now. Democrats are mad at him for two things: for staying in the race too long and for then late in the game pardoning his son, and they're attacking him by name. He's embarrassing us on the world stage. But what was Donald Trump's closing argument, Sean? I will fix it. Everybody knows who's breaking it and continue to break it. Donald Trump will fix it. And I don't think some of the stuff that Joe Biden is doing is authoritative and that Donald Trump will have to own and eat it, meaning some of it he's doing would have to go through congressional approval. He's not even bothering with that. I love Charlemagne the God pushing back on these women. He's got higher ratings than they do, by the way. I looked it up before the show. But when he said to them, can't you admit the Democrats are wrong? Let me tell you quickly the differences between the Democrat and Republican Party. We took our insurgent, our political outsider, our disruptor, and made him a two-term president. They took Bernie Sanders in 2016, who beat Hillary Clinton in 23 primary and caucuses contests, and kicked him out, made sure he didn't get the nomination in 2016 or 2020. In 2024, they took their insurgent political outsider disruptor, RFK Jr., wouldn't give him access to the DNC voter rolls, the donor list, the debate stage. Where is he now? He endorsed President Trump. He's been a huge help, and he's going to be in his cabinet. That's the difference between the two parties. That plus we've gone from the Obama coalition to Trump country in 12 short years, and people like The View, people like Joe Biden, who's at the end of his 55-year political career in Washington, D.C. as the Loch Ness monster of the swamp, he can't take it. He never saw Trump coming. He's going to go into history, I think, as a very unpopular president who gave us an equally unpopular vice president.
All right, reports Stephen Miller that they are trying to Trump-proof, their words, the DOJ, with all these late-minute hires. We know that they have new contracts. Why are they signing new contracts when they have a new president that they know wants to cut back on the bureaucracy and limit the size and scope and influence of government? Then you've got Ukraine. Why the guy that wouldn't allow Poland to give Zelensky 28 MiGs and wouldn't allow Ukraine to use certain bombs, now at the last minute is approving ballistic missiles being fired from Ukraine into Russia, knowing Donald Trump wants a negotiated settlement. Tell me the logic behind this.
It's desperation, Sean. The Democrats were not only beaten,
but they were electorally crushed in a historic landslide. You've done the numbers, the Electoral College, the popular vote, historic numbers of Hispanic men, black men, Muslim voters. Every single demographic group moved Republican in this last election. Every single part of the country, all 50 states, moved Republican. So the Democrats are humiliated, defeated, and weakened. And these are all moves that come out of that desperation. But let's be very clear. When President Trump is inaugurated, he is the president. He can void those contracts. He can reverse any decision that Joe Biden has made. No president can constitutionally impair their successor from executing their mandate. And Donald Trump, on day one, will implement his agenda in its entirety, from energy to deregulation to bureaucratic reform to sealing the border shut to restoring peace and stability around the globe, and of course to pursuing record-shattering economic growth. It will happen quickly, and it will happen with the full support and backing of the Americans, Democrat, Republican, Independent, who are hungry and yearning for change.
How, Jason Chaffetz, do you prevent the Department of Justice from ever being weaponized again? How do you return the FBI, the world's premier law enforcement agency, to its former greatness and get politics out of that department? How do you return our intelligence community to its former greatness? It seems to me that a lot of people deep down inside the bowels of these agencies, departments, are going to need to be fired and wiped out. Is that possible? Will the president have that authority?
Oh, he has the authority. He just needs to have the people in place to actually make it happen. And you got to clear out that top tier. You in part, you got to starve the beast for the bureaucracy, but for the law enforcement components, the FBI and the CIA and the other types of things, look, they got to be functional. They've got to be working. They got to reset the mission. Once you clear out the bureaucracy, clear out the people there, you have got to get them focused back on the mission. That is to make America great, to lock down that border, to make sure that the United States is no longer pushed around. And Donald Trump has been sending those signals, and he's doing it right away. He just sent out that truth message to those in Gaza and said, you better darn well release those hostages by January 20th, or there is hell to be paid. And you know what? Our enemies, they will start to respect the United States of America, and our allies will love us. They are starving for leadership. Who's running this country at this point, for goodness sake? Joe Biden's taking a nap. Kamala Harris is doing who knows what. They're handing out billions of dollars, signing these contracts. And you know what? America's sick of it, but they see hope over the horizon. It's in Donald Trump. He will get us back on track. He will make America safer. He will lock down those borders. We're going to go after the drug cartels. We're going to knock out the Chinese from the manipulation that they've been doing on fentanyl and everything else. And America will feel better and better and better. And it's all because of Donald Trump's his landslide victory. People believe him. He told the truth. And there's this surge of patriotism that is just contagious.
You know, Kellyanne, if the president simply keeps his promises, which is, okay, we're going to secure the border, we're going to stop, all these unvetted illegals from coming into our country, if he deports the criminals and other people that broke the law, if he returns to law and order in small towns and big cities, if he fixes the economy, which I think is going to be a little more, I think will be challenging, but on the other hand, he's done it before, he'll do it again. If he makes us the most rich, energy-dominant country on earth, if he restores America's place in the world, if he eliminates DEI and woke in our schools, won't that be in and of itself, those small agenda items that are huge, won't that be transformational in and of itself?
Yes, he's a transformational, once-in-a-century figure, once-in-a-couple-generation figure for exactly that reason. It's the messenger, and the delivery. The delivery now is not a style, it's a system. He went on TikTok, he went on podcasts, he continued to go on traditional and unconventional media. But the message and the messenger is what'll carry the day. You just laid out exactly what he ran on. Donald Trump was transparent and granular about what he wants to do in his second term. In some ways, Sean, he wants to return us to where we were in 2019, before the year of the global pandemic and social unrest, where we had low interest rates, we had low unemployment, we had high wage growth, we had a majority of new jobs going to women in this country. We had really a rising tide lifting all boats. But you just said a few things that Biden made worse. In some ways, people want Trump, the Trump they had back, but they want the Trump to come and reverse so many of these terrible, spiteful policies. Please don't anybody tell me it was ideological and principled of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to kill those Keystone Pipeline jobs. That was spite. To pull us out of Afghanistan. What is the difference to have a female vice president of the United States here if the women in Afghan are less free and have fewer rights because she and her boss did what they did? They did a lot on spite. I think Donald Trump can get in there through executive orders, through reconciliation, through legislation with slim majorities in the House and Senate nonetheless, and through these departments and agencies in and of themselves that can do so many things in the dereg space to clean up the executive office of the presidency and our departments and agencies. He's going to move with alacrity, and he's putting a senior staff around him and a cabinet, all of whom can do that philosophically, practically, and more importantly, Sean, he's picking people, communicate a message. They can come onto your show and tell the American people exactly what's going on in their department and agency.
All right, Stephen, you're going to be the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. So the question is, how quickly can the president accomplish those main agenda items, the big promises that he made on the campaign trail?
Well, let me paint a picture for you, Sean, of those first 100 days. Rapid, total, complete deregulation of American energy exploration. You're going to see an American energy boom starting right away. You're going to see all the regulations that are strangling job growth in this country and driving up prices, driving up housing costs, go away. You're going to see the border sealed shut. The criminal aliens are going to be shipped home, and foreign countries around the world are going to accept the gang members and the cartel members that are poisoning our families and murdering American children. You are going to see peace begin to restore to the world as the president works to bring back harmony in the Middle East, harmony in Europe. You're going to see him work with Congress to pass another round of historic tax relief. And you're going to see a government that is accountable to the people again. The swamp will be drained on day one. Incompetent and disloyal people that are hurting this nation are going to be replaced with those who care only for the American people, the American worker, and the American future. That's what's going to happen. It will be a new golden age, Sean.
I'll tell you, if all that happens, America will be transformed. You know the intel community well. You know the FBI well. You know the DOJ well. You've investigated all of it. Jason Chaffetz, how hard will it be to clean those agencies out?
Well, you got to get into the bowels of it. You know, I was the chairman of the Oversight Committee. We were constantly going after them, but they would hide the documents. They would hide the information. But once Kash Patel, for instance, is in there, and he can get in there and have the access with Pam Bondi and start releasing those documents, you're going to see a transformational, it's going to fundamentally change the equation. The world needs clarity, leadership, and they need to understand that the United States of America is the world superpower, and Donald Trump delivers all of that. I've never been more excited about the future of our country with Donald Trump starting on January 20th.
One thing is for sure, adults are back in charge, and the world knows everybody's happy, ready for a better tomorrow. And Trump has said to the BRICS nation, you better use dollars. You better use dollars. Make that your currency. Nobody cares about your currency, okay? This is the United States. Use dollars to trade. And it is what it is. It's coming back strong. And people are seeing that a commander-in-chief who actually has a backbone and not sleeping on roundtable conversations. You know what I mean? Like, this guy's talking to Justin Trudeau of Canada, saying, you know what? If you don't do what you're supposed to do, you are about to be the 51st state in the United States, and you're gonna be a governor. Look, this guy ain't fucking around. So everybody better know. You better know he is back, and he's back stronger than before. Border is gonna be secured. Foreign policy is back. No more wars. Peace through strength. And shout out to everybody on the live stream. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Next, right here.
Welcome back. Good Wednesday morning, everybody. Thanks very much for joining us this morning. I hope you're having a good Wednesday morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Wednesday, December 4th. It is 8:01 on the East Coast. President Trump calling into a Senate meeting yesterday, reportedly giving senators a pep talk, urging them to be ready to go on day one to implement his agenda. Insiders telling me that incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune will be pushing immediate legislation focusing on border security and energy production during the first 30 days of the new Congress. Tax cuts will be pushed out until later in the year. Joining me now is Kansas Senator Roger Marshall, a founding member of the Senate DOJ caucus. He's also a member of the Senate Budget, Homeland Security, Agriculture, Health, Education, and Labor committees. Senator, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for being here this morning.
Maria, it's great to be with you. Happy Wednesday to you as well.
And to you. So what is the agenda? What are your priorities? I want to get to your meeting with the DOJ leaders in a second, but is this what you're expecting to take place? You're going to tackle border and energy first and push tax extension to later in the year?
Yep, Maria, I'm so excited. I finally have a purpose being up here. It's very clear to me that on November the 5th, the people of America said they wanted to see transformational changes in our government. They wanted us to secure the border. So in the first 100 days, we're going to give President Trump a transformational border bill that's going to secure the border. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to do something in the military as well. I think President Trump is thinking big. Maybe we launch some type of program like Iron Dome, and we're going to pay for it, Maria. I want to make it really clear that we are going to pay for this bill. We're going to secure the border, give President Trump his first victory.
Okay, but also, as you know, given this victory and this broad-based success that President Trump and the Republicans have had, people voted for tax cuts and the extension of the president's tax plan. So why push that to the end of 25? What's the thinking?
Yeah, Maria, so I think, first of all, it's very important that we extend those tax cuts. It's going to cost Americans $2,000 per family if we lose those tax cuts, so it's vitally important. I think it's complicated. We got to get that right. We simply won't be able to get that done. The Senate cannot walk and chew gum at the same time. Let's roll out this first bill within the first 100 days. Let's secure the border. That was the #1 priority. And then we do have until until 2027 when most of those tax cuts expire, but it's a top priority. We're going to get that done as well.
Okay, let's talk about the DOJ. Co-heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, set to meet with lawmakers on Capitol Hill tomorrow. Are you meeting with them, Senator?
You know, absolutely. I want people to look at this like that there's a business that's upside down. We're bringing in specialists to come in and turn this business around. I think what Elon and Vivek can do is help us identify where that waste, fraud, and abuse is. And then there's things that we can do at the executive level that President Trump can do to correct it. I think that there's things that we can do in Congress as well. So they're going to help us prioritize and grab that low-hanging fruit. I can't wait to get started. I think we see 20 to 25% of the entire federal budget is waste, fraud, and abuse. Let's figure out where that is and let's fix it.
Wow, that's a big number. I mean, Musk and Ramaswamy already hitting the ground running. The DOJ X account highlighted that the cost of illegal immigration has cost more than $150 billion just last year, Senator. I know you're going to be part of the meeting, but tell me about this cost in terms of housing and caring for the illegal migrants. They've already broken the law. We've got reports that 58,000 are running around New York, and they've already been charged with crimes like murder and rape. So why is this so expensive, $158 billion last year alone?
Yeah, and I want you to think about that as we roll out $80 billion to secure the border. Long term, it's going to save us money. So we invest $80 billion today. We're going to be saving $150 billion a year going forward. And think about this. A lot of that was FEMA dollars that we could be spending right now in North Carolina, helping those people out as well. So we need to identify exactly where that money is being spent. To your point, probably over $100,000 per illegal immigrant. And you and I talked about this before. There's 400,000 criminals, illegal aliens running around there. Let's start with them. It's going to be expensive to get them out of here. So we can't change what's happened in the past, but we can certainly focus on the future and give the president a transformational border bill.
Are you expecting to take away federal funding to sanctuary cities or those cities who are going against the deportation of criminals and illegals?
You know, if we have to, Maria, we will. But I think you're hearing a lot of those people already singing a different tune. I think that they hear very clearly what Americans are saying as well, that Americans believe in law and order. They certainly don't want illegal criminals there. I heard the mayor of New York yesterday saying, get these criminals out of here. So I hope we don't have to do that, but if we do, we will.
China is banning exports of rare minerals used in defense products to the United States. Of course, it comes after the U.S. issued those new restrictions on some exports of certain semiconductor chips to China. There are now fears that U.S.-China trade relations could also impact the healthcare sector. I want to get your take on this because U.S. imports of Chinese pharmaceuticals has surged since the COVID pandemic. Imports up 485% in just 2 years. I mean, this is according to the Atlantic Council. Senator, why are we still so reliant on China for the underlying ingredients in prescription drugs?
Yeah, so in particular, gallium is something that we use in PET scans, and I first recognized this problem long before I came before Congress. I was doing an infertility surgery back home, and we ran out of methylene blue and indigo carmine, and I asked how come, and of course the answer is China, China, China. Look, this is a problem brought on by the government. The government won't be able to fix it, though. I think a big part of this problem is that we don't allow mining, that we've not had a new mining permit issued in this country for over a decade. This is why for over 10 years since being here in Congress now, almost 10 years, I guess, I've been trying to move some of this mining to South America or bring it back to Canada, to America as well. It's a great question. The government gets out of the way. The government can't solve this problem. This is just but one example why we need to move these supply chains back to the Americas.
I want to get your take on this letter which Josh Hawley, your colleague in the Senate, sent to Attorney General Merrick Garland and Director Christopher Wray. And Josh Hawley writes this, Senator. Dear Attorney General Garland and Director Wray, I have received reports that under your leadership, the DOJ and FBI employees are destroying records and other documents in an effort to conceal the widespread misconduct that took place under the Biden administration. You must immediately stop this attempt to evade accountability and should terminate employees involved. Under your leadership, the DOJ and FBI have engaged in unprecedented abuses of the justice system, ranging from the criminal prosecution of President-elect Trump to bad faith prosecutions of pro-life Americans for peacefully protesting abortion and attempts to recruit undercover informants in Catholic parishes. Are they destroying documents at the DOJ and FBI, sir?
I mean, who destroys documents?
Well, Maria, that's what we need to find out. But again, this is why on November 5th, Americans said that we don't trust the FBI, that we need transformational change in the FBI. This is why we need to get Kash Patel ushered through the nominee process. I think that Kash has an incredible resume. He is a man of character. I've sat down with him on multiple occasions. He's going to do a great job. I think that he will bring that transformational change. Look, this starts at the top. Once upon a time, the FBI, the most respected law enforcement agency in the entire world. I think Kash can bring that back around. You're right. We need to figure out exactly what they're destroying. We need to hold those people criminally responsible. But more than anything right now, we need to change leadership as the FBI, and that's why I'm supporting Kash Patel.
So you've got the majority in the Senate. Have you spoken to your colleagues? Do you believe that you will have the support across the board in the Senate, that Republican senators will vote to confirm all of President Trump's nominees?
Well, look, we're Republican senators. We all have opinions. I think that the jury is still out on several of these. I think there are several that are slam dunks, the Elise Stefanik's of the world. I think that Kash Patel is a slam dunk, in my opinion. I think once he gets in front of people and tells his story, and people learn what's in his heart, that this man believes in truth and justice, he'll do a great job. So we'll do everything we can to support President Trump's nomination.
I mean, I don't even understand why this guy wins popular votes. The people give him a mandate, and still the Republican people, the leaders, are still trying to sabotage this guy. It's like, you're supposed to be supporting him. He puts Matt Gaetz, y'all said no. Now y'all about to say no to Pete Hegseth. What do you need from this guy, y'all? I don't know what these people need. I do not know what they need. You have the majority right now. You want to wait until 2 years from now? Y'all do way too much. Same thing y'all need to do. Support this dude.
What have you been hearing from people at Mar-a-Lago on what they're viewing on when it comes to Hegseth's likelihood to get confirmed at this moment?
It's a mix, Caitlin. I mean, there are some people who are more optimistic than others. Most people in Trump's orbit do not think that this is looking like a likely prospect that Pete Hegseth survives. Just because if you look at this litany of things that he is talking about, number one, these stories have been hanging out for a number of days. Trump has been complaining privately to people that he feels like Hegseth should have been more upfront with him, that he gave him opportunities, that he, no, I don't know whether that's true, but that's what Trump is saying. We also know, some of these things didn't come up in a vet that the Trump folks say that they did of Hegseth. Having Hegseth's mother speaking to Trump, clearly she was speaking to the audience of one. She began that interview directing her remarks to Trump, and so she knew what she was supposed to say. Will it be enough? I don't know. Most people around Trump are pretty skeptical, and once he starts talking about possible replacements, it's hard to see why senators who are already skeptical would be like, oh, okay, now I'm going to go along with this.
Yeah, there was another moment today that seemed like speaking to an audience of one. It was in Hegseth's interview where he was comparing what's happening right now to another brutal confirmation battle that Trump is very familiar with. Listen to what he told Megyn Kelly.
Do you think you're being Kavanaugh'd right now?
I had a member not 45 minutes ago look me in the eye in private, just he and I, and say, that's what they're trying to do to you. That's what they're trying to do to you. That's their playbook. Get ready for more. We saw what happened, but guess what happened? Kavanaugh stood up, and he fought, and he won. And hopefully Republicans have learned that lesson.
And Trump stood by him.
And Trump stood by him.
Now, Hegseth says today that Trump told him, to keep fighting. But I guess my question was, how often have we heard that from someone before, right before they lose the support of Trump?
We've heard it a lot, Caitlin, to your point. I would also just say these aren't the same circumstances. With Kavanaugh, the accusations were decades old. There was not a ton of real-time evidence. There was already a disposition among some senators to be against this. And Trump really put a lot of skin in the game on that one. That is a big difference here. Trump, as far as I know, is not making a ton of calls on Pete Hegseth's behalf. He's telling Pete Hegseth, go fight. And that's a little different than what we saw there. These allegations about Hegseth are much more recent. And they are much more detailed. And so, I think that Trump will say a lot of things, and some of them will be in conflict with one another. But at the end of the day, none of this is a great fact set for Hegseth. He could survive, but we'll see.
Yeah, and we also heard, a lot of questions today from Republican senators about the allegations of excessive drinking from Hegseth. Senator Josh Hawley was another Republican who is today, typically is a very fierce supporter of Trump's, obviously in the Senate. But he said he was not sure about Trump's plan forward. Listen to what he had to say.
I was supposed to sit down with him tomorrow, but they've canceled that meeting, so I don't know where things stand at the moment.
Do you think he's going to withdraw?
I don't know, but listen, I just the president. I give the president a lot of deference here. I've said I'll support folks. My presumption is I'll support whoever he wants and thinks is going to be great for his cabinet. It's not 100% clear to me who he wants as Secretary of Defense right now.
That sounded notable given, we've heard from some of these senators saying, let him have his confirmation hearing. Let's see what he has to say, to Hawley saying today, I don't know who Trump wants to be defense secretary.
Right, and that's my point from before, Caitlin, that, if Trump is very actively discussing other options, and I know this from multiple sources, I'm sure you do too, Ron DeSantis is one of them. Other people would like to see Mike Waltz. It would still be sort of mind-boggling if Ron DeSantis does get chosen and Trump does pull the rug out from under Hegseth, because you will just hear a replay of all of these things that DeSantis said about Trump in their primary, including about Trump's first indictment in Manhattan and the trial related to a hush money payment to a porn star. Putting all of that aside, Trump is sending signals to these senators, again, I'm not really committed on this. Until he starts really working the phones on this himself, it sort of leaves Hegseth dangling there.
Yeah, can we talk about the DeSantis aspect of this? Because, Trump is considering a few other people. There's Joni Ernst's name has been thrown around, Bill Haggerty's, and obviously, but having a conversation with Ron DeSantis about this job, it's just obviously struck so many people in Trump's orbit. I know he had kind of talked about DeSantis putting him at the Department of Homeland Security a few weeks ago when he was going through these nominations, but the idea that he had a conversation with someone who was one of his fiercest critics about a year and a half ago is quite notable for this moment.
Yeah, look, it's the kind of thing Donald Trump loves, right? He has told people that privately that it would be a big story if he brought in somebody who he had this feud with in a primary, but it would be a big story because he's a conquest, and he's somebody who Trump not just beat but trounced in those primaries. Ron DeSantis is the person who the New York Post had put on their front page in 2022 as the future, and that obviously did not last. So I understand why. For Donald Trump, who we know likes this kind of a narrative about people falling in line with him, this is appealing. And DeSantis, would I'm sure get easily confirmed. He fits a lot of the Trump agenda. He has, the same program that Trump has on what he wants for the military and fighting against what both call, the woke military and woke leadership. And I think you would see a lot of symmetry there. But it would be a culture clash between DeSantis's world, DeSantis's way of running things, and Trump's.
One thing is for sure, I've always known DeSantis is like his own leader. He respects Trump. He respects Trump a lot, but he has his own aura. He has his own vibes. Like he just has that thing that people respect by himself. He doesn't need to align himself. Well, in the beginning, he had to align himself with DOG, the legendary, the 45th, the 47th president-elect. But DeSantis now has proven himself to the people of Florida. He has proven himself to the United States that he is an asset and that he could get the job done. So if Pete doesn't get confirmed and DeSantis comes in to head the Pentagon, it's going to be very interesting to see Trump and DeSantis go head to head, because if DeSantis gets to run the Pentagon, he is going to run for the presidential election in 2028. I don't think JD Vance can stand DeSantis. Like, I don't think so. He's good, but when it comes to popularity and when it comes to what you've done, like on your CV, I don't think JD can stand head to head with DeSantis. JD is just rolling off the vibe of the OG right now. Because now, when last did you hear from JD? Okay, so yeah, JD cannot stand DeSantis. DeSantis is smart, and most people say, well, DeSantis, he kind of like betrayed Trump. Look, politics is dirty. Okay, politics is dirty. At the end of the day, he backed down and supported Trump. However, DeSantis is really good, and people love DeSantis because he has proven himself. There's a difference between talk and proof. He has proven himself in Florida.
.701 here in New York City. More fallout this morning over Joe Biden's controversial pardoning of his son Hunter as the federal judge in California accuses the president of trying to rewrite history.
Now, in light of the pardon, more accusations are surfacing about the first son's very troubled past.
All right, Lucas Tomlinson's got the assignment. He's at the White House this morning. Lucas, fill us in.
Well, good morning, guys. That's right. The federal judge overseeing Hunter Biden's tax case took umbrage with President Biden's comments, saying that these charges against Hunter were politically motivated. The judge lashing out, saying, quote, "The Constitution provides the president with broad authority to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, but nowhere does the Constitution give the president the authority to rewrite history. The pardon not only absolves Hunter of his tax and gun cases, but also for any crimes or potential crimes committed over an 11-year period." The judge also noted this pardon could be seen as, quote, "exceeding the scope of the pardon power." It's a good thing you have an attorney on the couch there, guys. Biden for months said that he would never pardon his son. That line was repeated at the podium here at the White House by his press secretary for months. Of course, they also said for months that Biden would not be dropping out of the race. Hunter Biden's former landlord says the president's son has been slow to the hip, or Venmo might be more appropriate, stiffing him by over $300,000 in rent after Hunter stayed in his $4.25 million home in California. Sean McGuire posting to X, quote, What happens to the $300,000 plus in payback rent that Hunter Biden owes my family from 2019 to 2020? Is that pardoned now? Perhaps that's a good question for the White House press secretary who's traveling with President Biden in Africa, guys.
That's right. And Lucas, I think it was yesterday or the day before, KJP said that this particular pardon was not vetted through the typical clemency process that happens at the Department of Justice, which is just a couple of blocks behind you.
Hunter is just something. Like, what are you doing, bro? Your dad is the president of the United States, was once the vice president of the United States, and you are going through all of this stuff, owing landlords, and man, he's just spoiled, really. That's a spoiled kid. He's a spoiled child.
That's right. Many eyebrows were raised when the pardon covered this 11-year period. That's a large time period, of course. This is not just a pardon for a particular crime. It's everything over more than a decade, Steve.
Parking tickets?
Right.
Or maybe even something more serious.
Right. Thanks, Lucas. Appreciate it. So, number one, question of character. The character, Hunter Biden, who was living free from a Hollywood producer who decided to pay his overdue taxes and let him live with him for free, and I assume pay for his attorney, one of the most expensive and respected in Washington. Now we find out when he was living on his own, while the president was running for president, knowing his laptop was in the FBI hands, he's living in Venice Beach with Secret Service protection, rent-free because he decided to not pay rent. When people people's investments are in rental properties, especially on Venice Beach, takes a lot to buy a little, and you have that there. And then when you complain, the Secret Service changed the locks and the landlord's locked out. That's the character of the person. If you are Joe Biden, vice president, and want to be president-elect, and you find out your son is not paying rent. Remember when a nanny or a landscaper without papers would hurt a candidate? Then you have your crack-addicted, hooker-addicted son not paying rent, living for free out on the West Coast, doing your international business deals, all of which is on the laptop that you left at a local repair shop. But having said all that, the fallout has to be beyond what he ever dreamed. And among the people who are his detractors is Gavin Newsom. I completely understand the instinct to protect Hunter, but I took the president at his word. So by definition, I'm disappointed and cannot support the decision.
Well, this federal judge is not even taking a position of supporting or agreeing with the pardon. First of all, she said, this is a press release. This is not a pardon. The second thing, they were very upset. The court took issue with them admonishing the court and saying that this was some political process. Yeah. The judge is like, pled guilty. What are you talking about? That this was the plea that he gave. So why are you saying that there's this mischaracterization of justice when he pled guilty to the charges here? And then you're saying that the court would somehow allow a court case to come before them that is not going to get due process. So there's multiple factors there. I also think when it comes to the legacy of Joe Biden, after he signed the crime bill and put so many people behind bars as a result of that, there is no way he escapes the political ramifications without pardoning all these other people that had similar backgrounds as well. So is he going to do that? I doubt it, because that would be a massive release of people.
Well, and you know, message-wise, everybody knew he was going to pardon Hunter. But Democrats, rank and file, are steamed at the approach he took because and this is exactly what the judge, Mark Scarzi, out in California said, you know, I'll get rid of it, but Hunter was not singled out because he was the president's son, which is what Joe Biden said. And Democrats question why Joe Biden would criticize his own Department of Justice rather than just saying, look, I am a father, and my son has had problems, and he is now on the straight and narrow. So I am going to...
Exactly. That's what I said. Like, just speak as a father. Forget about you as a president, okay? Just say, my son messed up. He's done a lot of stuff, but I can now watch my son go down this path. I am sorry. You guys thought I was on a higher moral ground, but I have to support my son. He should have just said that. Talking about he's not going to pardon his son.
grant him a pardon. Democrats would have been okay with that. But just the fact that he blew up the Department of Justice, his own Department of Justice, and everybody in the Department of Justice who we've seen so far regarding these judges, they say, Mr. President, you're wrong on that.
Yeah, I think, to your point, I think people expected a form of clemency, but if anything, it would be in the form of a commutation of a sentence. The fact of full-blown pardon and the 10-year duration smacks of the lack of accountability, responsibility, and corruption of this, frankly, mafia family that has held the country in its grips via the administration for so long. And it is such an affront to the hundreds of thousands of currently incarcerated people who are eligible for release under President Trump's First Step Act that are still rotting in jail. It flies in the face of all of those veterans, which are the single most rising population in the incarcerated system. What about them? They don't have a famous father that can pardon them. And it flies in the face of those single mothers who are also a rising representation of the incarcerated system, much like the mother of his child that he refuses to acknowledge. Like, everything about this is the elitism, the protection, the enjoyment that this family has that absolves them of any responsibility. And every other American has to pay taxes, has to answer to judges, has to answer to parents,
Has to pay rent.
Yes, has to pay rent. This is such a travesty, and it speaks, in my opinion, to the spinelessness of our commander-in-chief, the total invertebrate that he is, because he could have stood up and said, I want to protect my son, but I want to teach him as a father would about responsibility. So I commute his sentence. And even that, by the way, it wouldn't have sit well with me, given that everyone else has to enjoy 4 walls and a cells. And now his son will never learn, and he will continue taking advantage of the American people. By the way, it doesn't protect him from future charges.
Right.
So let's keep investigating.
Well, put it this way. He's got over 10 years. The Obama bros on the podcast yesterday, Steve, they would have been okay with it. If he said, I don't know what I'm going to do with my son, I got to see how this process plays out, and he did it, I think you're right. Democrats would have accepted it. But the ones that for 2 years lauded him for not doing what Donald Trump was going to do and holding the integrity of the justice system up in the Department of Justice, those are the ones who look so stupid right now. And that's
Brian,
what he says. They go, Biden. He goes. They trashed Biden yesterday for making defenders of him look stupid with the pardon. Typical lying politician.
Well, and the defenders are the people who said, look, Joe Biden has been very clear. He's not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. He did it.
But my question is, do you guys like looking stupid? I mean,
they don't, and that's why they're saying
they do. They do, and I'm gonna tell you why.
They like looking
stupid? Because they do like looking stupid. I'm gonna tell you why. First, it was his mental decline. And it's like, oh, we didn't know. We did not know. He told us everything was fine. Everybody in the family told us everything. And it says, okay, all right, we're not gonna be shunned again. We look bad with this. Then it came to the part. Everyone knew that he was gonna pardon.
Yeah.
But we had his back. We knew that. And now you guys are saying on the podcast, well, he's making us look bad. No, you guys are making yourself look bad. Eventually, you have to have some type of curiosity. You got to press the person, and you got to look at their track record. Joe Biden has always done what's beneficial to himself and to his family. He has protected Hunter Biden his entire life. They wouldn't even acknowledge the grandchild, okay? They wouldn't even acknowledge the grandchild. Everyone knows that the most prized possession to a grandfather is their grandchild.
Not all.
And
You're right.
Not that family. So what made you guys think that somehow he was not going to protect his son?
Yeah, the guy.
Oh, man. Yeah, that dude right there. He did strong. He is strong. Shout out to Paul, man. Shout out to Paul. Good morning, Brody. Bin Laden. Osama, bro.
They cheated Syracuse in the 1980s.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I mean,
What was I gonna do? Let me see.
Dana, do you buy that at all? That they believed Joe Biden when he said he wasn't going to pardon his son all those times?
I mean, I don't know. I think they're pretty truthful guys. They don't seem to shy away from saying what they think, and I guess maybe they did think that. Although, if Kamala Harris wasn't in hiding, we might find that this is the one thing she would disagree with Biden about, and maybe she would be able to have an answer to Sunny Hostin next time she's on The View about that. I think that they're all fine with hypocrisy until there's a moment when they think, how could this affect me politically 4 years from now? Or 2 years from now, when the primary really gets underway? Or maybe they're even starting now. And Gavin Newsom, I think in some ways, why couldn't he just say, I got 100,000 problems on my to-do list, and this isn't one of them. And move on. They don't have to talk about it. But then they all get on their horse like they're like high and mighty, and it seems hollow.
Yes, but, Jesse, to Dana's point, I think Gavin is going to use anything he can to create more leverage for 2028. That's all he's doing right now. California, even though he's still the governor, it is very much in his rearview mirror, and he's trying to do what Kamala could not, and that is differentiate himself from this administration.
Remember, he apologized for everything Biden did. He was one of the guys that was the only one defending Biden when he was tripping and falling, forgetting where he was. He was the most loyal soldier. Now the election's over and the next one's around the corner, and he's got to come out and say this. So all the Democrats that are running for president in 4 years, they're going to say this. They weren't mad about the pardon. They're just mad they look bad. They're not mad about the pardon. They're mad they bought the lie. They're mad that they had a talking point against Trump that no one was above the law, and that's gone. Or they had a talking point about the Justice Department was so pure and innocent, and then that's gone since Biden just said it was rigged. So the whole thing's political. They're not mad about the fact that the Bidens took bribes from foreign nationals for years and dodged taxes on it, and then lied about it, got caught, covered it up, obstructed justice, and then got away with it. Yeah. Think about this. They got away with it. Biden pardoned his son, and it's done. The Democrats didn't care about the crimes. They sat through the whole movie, eating popcorn, watching the whole thing. And then they were like, yeah, I didn't really like the end.
Is the power of presidential pardon, is it too broad? Is that instrument too powerful?
No, I don't think it's too broad. I think that, I think historically, though, this is quite unusual. And I think that, to pardon someone, before they've even been sentenced, especially in a case where you've pled guilty in one case and the jury has found you guilty, a jury of your peers in another case, kind of robs the American people of a sense of, we've been watching this for years and years, and now Joe's taking it away from us. But I think that Gavin Newsom is a very interesting character. On the one hand, he's always wanted the stage. He's always wants to be on the stage. Do you remember when he wanted to debate DeSantis, and I think he did it on Sean Hannity's show? At least DeSantis wasn't an announced candidate for president. But, Newsom, he's going to be the good boy, and he's not going to say anything, and he's going to do whatever Joe tells him. Well, let me tell you, right now, no one is going to get in front of him for 2028. So he's going to do whatever he needs to do to separate himself from Joe, get out there. I'm the first one who's going to be out there, and I am going to be the one who's going to beat everybody else down because I deserve this. So he's separating himself. But you know what I think is so interesting? That the Democrats are so incredibly focused on this pardon. They care more about this pardon than they did about Afghanistan, where 13 service people died. I mean, it's like...
Do you think it's disingenuous?
What do you think? Yeah, they don't care.
No, they're just preening,
Yes.
It's make-believe. And now, all of a sudden, the DOJ is weaponized. To the
now.
cackling hens on The View, now all of a sudden, well, they just had it in for Hunter Biden, even though this is Merrick Garland.
Whom exactly had it in for Hunter Biden? Maybe the landlord he didn't pay rent on, or maybe his child that he doesn't, acknowledge. Maybe they have it in for him, but I don't think they have the swag or the pull. Listen, if you're upset about the pardon on either side, if you're a Republican who's like, I can't believe, or a Democrat, sit down, move on. We all knew this was coming. This isn't the worst thing this administration has done. This is the only thing that we knew they were going to do. They took him at his word. On which day? His word will change. His memory changes. His most famous word this entire administration, his entire time, was don't. So don't fall for this. This is glitz and glam. We need to watch what's happening, what's going on. He cut off coaling. There's a World War III is about to break out, and we're arguing about the one thing we knew he was going to do. Jesse has been calling this since day one. I get credit for calling the election the way I did, but you have been calling this pardon stuff from day one. It was wonderful reporting.
Wow. Maybe I did.
Yeah.
Maybe I have.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have too.
I think it's totally unsurprising. But, maybe he thinks this is good for his legacy. Maybe he thinks people will look at him as a family guy who just tried to save his son.
No.
Man, Look, this guy's administration has been a total wreck. And of course, he had to pardon his son because what is he going to do? Not pardon his son? I don't even fault him. I don't fault him for pardoning his son. However, it's like you said you were not going to do it, but you did it anyway because that's what you do. Liar. You lie. It's okay. We been known you were a liar. We been known. We knew. It's just the people that never want to believe that this guy's a liar. Those are the people that I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Look at your liar right here. Anyway, the border is getting spicy.
You see in
the West. An appeals court on the West Coast just ruled the U.S. can deport illegal immigrants even if local governments oppose those removals. Chad Wolf joins me now. Does this mean Trump can get around sanctuary city rules?
Well, I think this is obviously a win for the incoming Trump administration. And I think what this validates is the ability for ICE to do their job, to remove individuals, bad individuals from the country, regardless of what local jurisdictions may or may not do to help them do that. It's federal immigration law, and they have the ability to execute on that law, so it's a good ruling for them.
How long before the concept of the migrant sanctuary is just out of bounds? I think the whole sanctuary idea is just losing steam. I think it's nearing its end. What say you?
Well, I think you're right, Stuart. I think what you see in places like New York, right? You got Mayor Adams saying, look, he wants to sit down with Tom Homan and talk about how they can work together to remove dangerous individuals from their city streets. And I think once, you've got blue city mayors that start to understand what is going on here and how those illegal aliens that have continued to commit those crimes and put their community at danger, and how ICE can help them, I think they'll start to come around. But I agree with you. I think the public sentiment on sanctuary city jurisdictions has turned over these last 6 to 8 months.
I really think public sentiment changes when it looks like sanctuary city mayors or sanctuary city state governors are protecting criminals. I mean, I don't see how you can get away with that politically. You know, you've got a rapist in prison, you won't let ICE go get him. I don't see that lasting.
Well, I think that's right. But, what a lot of these blue city mayors are good at doing is they conflate the facts, right? They'll say, well, I want to protect residents in my community. But what they're not saying is I won't turn over criminals to ICE. So I think the more and more that we talk about this, to say all ICE is asking them to do is to let them pick up this dangerous alien criminal while they're in a local jail, so that they don't have to go into city streets, into those communities and put others at risk. Right. When you have an enforcement team that goes out there, let ICE do that within the confines of a jail, which is safe and secure, not only for the officer, but for that alien as well. And that's all we're talking about. And but what you see a lot of these mayors do is they conflate that to say, well, I don't want them to pick up, that 87-year-old grandmother. That's not what we're talking about here. It's not what the president's talking about. It's not what Tom Homan's talking about.
Tom Homan says you go after the villains first and take care of the rest later. But they're first.
Shout out to Tom Homan. Tom Homan, his face looks like a border wall, and that's what the word on the street is. Shout out to Wealth from Within. QVO, yes sir. Paul Davis, everybody tuning in. God bless you. Chad, shout out to Chad, man. He's being here. Shout out to Chad. Fancy, shout out to you. J Pete, shout out to you. BTC, you know what time it is. Markina Wilkerson, Bin Laden. Okay. Jonathan Manley. Everybody who tuned in, God bless you. All right. Let me know in the chat. What do you think 2028 is going to be for? JD, Tulsi, well, I don't think Tulsi, but what do you guys think? JD, Tulsi, DeSantis for the Republican Party. The Democrats, we know Gavin Newsom, maybe Kamala, okay, or AOC. Those are the top three, or Josh Shapiro. But for the Republican Party, who do you think is going to hold down 2028? Let's go. Double tap your screen, guys. Let's get the likes up.
Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and President-elect Trump, well, they had a meeting. That's raising speculation of a Keystone Pipeline revival. The Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, joins me now. Madam Premier, You want to drill, baby, drill, and open the pipeline and send your oil to America. Is that right?
It is. I've been wanting to double our production in Alberta since I got elected a couple of years ago. And America is our best friend and trading partner. We know that we benefit from more oil production. Americans benefit from more oil production because it's the basic feedstock that goes into gasoline, and it allows for Americans to be able to keep those prices low. And we hope that we can find a mutually satisfactory way of going forward so that we can increase our production and build more pipelines.
Do you think that President-elect Trump can exert enough pressure on your Prime Minister, Trudeau, to make that happen, open up that pipeline and get the oil flowing south?
Well, I must say it was actually the U.S. President Joe Biden who canceled the Keystone XL pipeline the day he came into office. There was a willing partner in Canada, not only in Alberta, but also on behalf of our federal government. So I would say that the ball is really in the Americans' court. We stand by ready to help. We know that our particular brand of oil, which is heavy oil, is what your refineries have been retooled to be able to receive. There's not very many places in the world you can get it from. Venezuela and Iraq and Iran, and we think we're a better trading partner and friend than those countries. And so we stand by ready to help, but it will depend on the direction that the U.S. administration takes.
I understand that you're coming to the inauguration in Washington, D.C., January the 20th. Are you a big Trump fan?
I am a fan of our biggest trading partner. It's a $188 billion relationship. We had a great relationship with the previous administration. I know we will have a great relationship with the new administration. I'm coming a bit early, though, because I hear that there's some good inauguration ball parties. So I'll be in on the 18th and stay until the 23rd. I don't want to miss out.
What about saving the planet? What about the climate? You're exporting all this oil. You're killing the planet. Didn't you know that?
Well, I can tell you, we have 200 billion barrels of oil in reserve that's recoverable. We've got 200 trillion cubic feet of gas, and we also have pore space that is probably the best in the world, next only to Russia. Once again, I think we're a better trading partner and friend than Russia. And so we have a plan to take carbon dioxide, capture it and bury it, carbon capture, utilization and storage. We already have done this at scale. We've already safely sequestered 14 million tons of CO2. We intend to do more of that. And I think that the other part of it is that we want to have our lower emissions fuel being exported internationally so that we can reduce the global emissions picture. So we have, I think, a lot to offer the world where we can not only provide energy security and affordability, but we can also reduce emissions. We think we have it all.
Trump joked that Canada should become America's 51st state. Can you put that graphic up? Because I think the president-elect put that out, looking towards Canada and saying, hey, you should be the 51st state. Are you offended by that?
I think President Trump has a great sense of humor, and we have, I think you are America's.
You can't be offended by that. What do you mean you offended by that? We're talking about the big dog. Big dog, bro. You offended by what? He said what? You better keep smiling. She came. Yo. No. Only Americans can disagree with this guy. Because they say a prophet has no value in his own home. Prophet has no value in his own home, people. But the world that look up to this guy and say, oh ye Savior. God is the ultimate Savior. But the world looks at this guy and say, I wish we had someone like Trump, including Canada and including her. She wishes Trump was our prime minister, 1,000%.
A very strong country. Canada is a very strong country. We have fought side by side and lost men and women in wars together. We want to stay strong partners, and I think that we've got so many common interests that ally us. I think that because of our integrated relationship on security matters, on energy matters, on trade matters, I think this is a partnership worth fighting for.
Madam Premier, if you've got time, stop by New York on your way to the inauguration. We'd love to see you here in the city. And it was good to have you on the show.
When I'm in New York, I certainly will take you up on that. Nice to talk to you.
Thanks very much indeed, ma'am. We'll see you soon, I hope. Thank you.
There's nothing they can do. You cannot be angry with Trump. You need this dude, bro. You need him. Who's gonna head the DNC party?
As Democrats consider their future, more names of potential candidates to lead the DNC keep popping up, including one person at this table. Chuck, you have some news.
Yeah, over the holidays, I promised everybody that I wouldn't drag this out, and I thought about it, and I met with my family over the Thanksgiving holidays. I called both of the former chairmen because I want to make sure I knew what the job was, because I really, in all of my heart, want to do something to change the brand. What I talk about at this table with y'all in debate, I really believe in it. Y'all know my story. I grew up in a trailer house in East Texas. I don't act like the normal Democrat. And when Jamie and some of the others said, look, most of the job is fundraising, it's not a job I really want to do. So I'm not going to run, and I hope somebody runs who really wants to reform the party, because at the end of the day, I don't want to be just a full-time fundraiser. I want to help rebuild a party that I love.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Markina Wilkerson. Markina, what are you saying? You're saying the fact that you like that he lied about not knowing who wrote Project 25, and you're so conditioned to not say nothing. You wouldn't say nothing. Even CNN isn't saying nothing. Okay? Because Project 25 has always been BS. 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 It's always been BS because it was just a campaign thing. He was okay. Let's tell the people this stuff. Just like Hillary in 2016 said, if Trump had won the election, that there would be nuclear situation going on. Oh, we don't want Trump to have the nuclear codes because this guy is not stable. So the same way she said that in 2016 is the same way these liars are talking about Project 25. You're smarter than that, Milk. Markina, you're definitely smarter than that. I know you smart. Yeah, Markina is smarter than that. She's definitely smarter than that. Tell you that much.
That I joined 35 years ago because I wanted to drain the swamp, and I worked in a factory. I was trying to save our jobs. Like, I want to get back to that. And as I called around to people, and for everybody on the internet for that matter, who's called me and encouraged me to run, if they were the ones voting on this, I would be in every day, and I think I would win. But it's 455 people in an executive.
Very different.
Very different. And when I called them, they were like, look, we're going to be with one of the 4 white guys running. You seem fun in a cowboy hat.
Well, let's talk about some of those. There are 5 guys running.
5 white guys, right?
5 white
Just make sure I
guys
got that right.
A lot of them have basically the same premise. 50-state strategy you keep hearing about. Fundamentally, a lot of this is tactical. Do you hear anything that gets at the heart of what you think the Democratic Party needs to do?
Here's what the Democratic Party needs to do. We need our own GOPAC. We need our own Federalist Society. We have variations of it, but we don't actually have them as successful as Republicans. We need to go into states and get the legislatures back. We need to fight for state Supreme Court seats where all these decisions are being made, and not just focus on the shiny object. Bill Clinton had this line, Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line, or something along those lines. We need to stop falling in love with the next Barack Obama or the next whoever, and need to start doing the hard work of rebuilding this party from the bottom up. And I mean that. And Chuck, I know you agree with me on this. We need to go into not just 50-state strategy to elect members of Congress and Senate. We need to elect legislators. 2/3 of the state Supreme Courts used to be controlled by Democrats decades ago. Now it's less than half. That's a big mistake.
Talking about the Obama era, but I think there's some critiquing there because the Obama era was the beginning of a major slide for Democrats. Steve Shale, who ran Obama's Florida operation, had a piece today. I watched the Democratic Party collapse in Florida. I fear it's happening nationally. That fear is about the math.
Right.
There's just the numbers.
And Obama's
don't
team
add.
ran this last campaign.
Right.
And then
there
Joe
needs to
Biden's
be a
team.
whole-
Joe Biden's team was on this campaign, so they're done.
There needs to be a whole new
Where's the
group
new
of leadership.
yeah.
I mean, everybody talked about this. To your point, Abby, under Barack Obama, people never talk about it. We lost 1,000 legislative seats.
But
It was
Chuck,
starting to be the end.
Since when did the Republican Party become the party of the working man?
This is what drives me crazy.
Let
Like
me tell
Abel
you,
knows
since
how
when
to
did
make
that
my
happen?
eye
Since when
twitch.
did that
This is
happen?
the thing that makes
It
my
is
eye
a good
twitch.
question, though.
I'm asking you, since when?
It's a decoy.
No,
Look, I
no,
worked
no
for-
tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
It drives me crazy because there's only so many rich white guys that Republicans knew could vote for them, so they got to go figure out how to get workers, and it's smart.
But you
As
know-
a strategist,
but you know
it's
how
smart.
they did it? Because we don't know how to. I've been banging this
Chuck,
drum. We don't know how to communicate. The Democratic Party has no idea how to communicate.
No, shut up. That's not the problem. The problem is you do not listen. You don't listen. You don't listen to the people. You have the media, you have everything, but you don't listen. Just like you said, just like Democrats, voters come here and say, who watches Fox? Nobody watches Fox, guys. Fox is scam. Who watches Fox? Fox is for entertainment. They discredit what the people like. Same thing with the Democratic Party. Democratic Party would say, "You guys that vote for Trump, you guys are uneducated." So you mean to tell me the farmers, the truckers, the plumbers, the carpenters, the welders, the construction workers, those are the people that voted for Trump. You know why? Because he talks directly to them. Y'all don't want to listen to people, and then you want to say you want to lead. Oh, we don't know how to speak to the people. Yes, you do not. You talk to them like down there, and you are up here. And he is the billionaire. This is the guy that has billions and buildings and businesses, and yet he communicates authentically. He's not trying to. I grew up in a middle class family. Cap, cap. Y'all ain't gonna win in 2028 and 2032. As a matter of fact, when Trump is done with this administration in the next 4 years, when the border is secured, no wars, of course, the economy bounces back largely, and Bitcoin becomes a phenomenon. There's no way the Democratic Party is gonna win anything in 2028, 2032. Matter of fact, 2036.
To normal people
But
anymore.
if every consultant's got a master's degree and has it all figured out,
Well, I'm a consultant. I have a master's degree, and I do have it figured out. But I also know how to speak to people like they're normal. And
Look. I have a master's degree. Since when has that helped? Having a master's degree. Zuckerberg don't have a master's degree. I don't even think Elon Musk has a master's degree. I don't even think Trump has a master's degree. What? I have a master's degree. That's why you lost the election, because of talks like this. The greatest innovators, the greatest people on earth do not have master's degree or PhD or your education. This is why you lost. I have a master's degree. Go eat your master's degree, okay? Go cook it in a pot and eat it.
not like I'm sitting there focus grouping, talking to you in one way because you're a Latino guy from Texas,
Chuck, you
and
should be
talking
the
to you in a
chairman,
different
Chuck.
way.
I mean, she
Chuck
raised
should be.
one.
If it was up to the general public, it would be there.
She raised 1.3 billion in 100 days.
Let me let you get in here.
The hard truth is that Democrats need to marginalize the people on their fringe, the people that don't know how to talk, the people that are the reason why that they/them ad that Trump did so well. They have to make those people feel extreme and politically homeless,
They don't
and
have
then
a message,
win
Coleman.
back the center.
All right, guys.
I don't think there's a future for the Democratic Party moving forward. They don't listen. They're too proud, high ego, and they just think they're know all, be all, and all that stuff. The people decides, not the politicians. The people listen.
Pete Hegseth arrived on Capitol Hill for critical meetings, again with Republican senators. He also just posted on Twitter, essentially, that he is not backing down from his fight to be President-elect Donald Trump's next, defense secretary. And this is also after there's a lot of movement on this morning. His mother was just on television last hour defending her son and saying he is a, quote, changed man. Hegseth's mom made a direct appeal to Donald Trump in her appearance on Fox News. But we all know, as has been discussed and the reporting suggests, that Hegseth faces trouble right now. A rocky road to confirmation, to say the least. The road so rocky, maybe, that we learned last hour that the president-elect has actually spoken with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about potentially replacing Hegseth for the job as being a candidate to head up the Pentagon. He is facing several allegations of Hegseth of drunken misbehavior, sexual misconduct, and financial mismanagement of the veterans nonprofit that he once ran. Hegseth's mother speaking out now after making headlines this week when a 2018 email that she wrote to her son was published. The email in part said this: "On behalf of all of the women, and I know it's many, you have abused in some way, I say get some help and take an honest look at yourself." That was then. Here is her message now.
Pete is a new person. He's redeemed, forgiven,
changed. I think we all are after 7 years. I believe he's the man for the job. I know Pete, and the people who know us know Pete, and Trump knows Pete. And he knows the Pete of today. And he knows the Pete who is a good father, a good husband to Jen. He's got 7 kids. He's a wonderful son.
Dang, 7
wonderful
kids.
son. And a wonderful
I'm gonna
son
have
to
7
his
kids
brothers
someday.
and all
Love
his
kids.
friends. He's a changed man, and I just hope people will get to know who Pete is today, especially our dear female senators, that you would listen to him, listen with your heart to the truth of Pete.
With me now to discuss the path to confirmation or not, Democratic strategist Matt Bennett. Lee Carter is also here, strategic communications expert. It's great to see you guys. Thanks for being here. And Lee, you have known Pete Hegseth for quite some time.
Yes.
The appearance from his mom, hearing from Penelope there this morning, do you think it fixes the trouble that his confirmation is facing?
I don't know if it fixes it, but it certainly helps. I mean, it dimensionalizes what's happening. There is no question what happened in his previous marriage and where he is today, and I'm sure there were rocky roads behind the scenes. Pete Hegseth, that I know, is a man who is a delight to work with. I have never smelled alcohol in his breath. I have traveled with him to debates. I have traveled with him to primary states. I have traveled with him and the Fox and Friends team all over. And I've never seen any of the behavior that we're talking about. There's certainly things that he did in his past. And there's things that we've all done in our past. But I think we need to ask ourselves in this moment, what do we want to be doing when we have real questions about the and valid questions, frankly, about the people that are up for the cabinet? People are concerned about his experience. Let's leave the rest off the table. I mean, it is just politics is a blood sport at this point, and you can understand why really good people don't want to do it when you look at what's happened here. Let's focus on what really matters. Is he qualified for the job? What happened with his previous marriage? What happened in his private life? All of that is off the table. What is on the table, and I think what we should be talking about is he the right person for this job?
I hear you, but it is all on the table. That is the politics, the reality of the politics today, and that is some of what are the real questions that we know. We've heard from Republican senators like Joni Ernst. They have questions that they want answered, and that is part of the process. That is where these questions and this vetting does take place. And to that, Matt, he's back on the Hill meeting with these key senators. And Joni Ernst is really seen as key. She is a veteran. She is a survivor of sexual assault herself. She is well respected in all corners, and which is why, and I'll read for you a quote that from a source in the Trump transition, speaking to Jake Tapper, said this: Joni isn't comfortable with Pete and he doesn't answer her questions about women in the military and about sexual assault, if she doesn't leave the meeting supporting him, there are 5 or 6 Republican senators who will oppose his nomination. Hegseth tweeted he's not backing down, though, Matt. How do you think this goes?
Well, I think he's going down because I think this is not a question of politics as blood sport. This is a question of whether this guy can perform the incredibly important duties of Secretary of Defense. Remember, the Secretary of Defense is in the chain of command, which is to say, if we are going to attack someone, the president gives the order to the Secretary of Defense. That could come at any time, day or night, as it often does, and he or she sends that down the chain. And if that person cannot be trusted to be, within their right mind, this guy is a drunk. It's very clear. It's been reported many places that he was drunk in his capacities.
Bro, who told you that?
Nonprofits he worked at.
I just you can
who told you
describe it
that,
one way,
bro?
Matt, but I mean, the way I had described it was slightly, I guess, everyone's definition.
Get it out. Get it out. Can you get it out? Can you get what you're trying to say out? Because you know, this is why you bring people like this on air, so they can cause some sort of uproar. You know that man ain't no drunk. But you say he is.
Of a drunk can be different. I don't know if that's something we need to debate here, but continue.
Fair enough. Whether you call him an alcoholic or not, he clearly, on the job or socializing with his office mates, drank a lot. There's reporting on CNN that he showed up for work at Fox smelling of alcohol, which means even if he was sober when he arrived at work, he was not sober during the evening. If this guy can't be trusted to perform the duties of Secretary of Defense anytime, day or night, he can't do the job. And he's not qualified. He's never run anything. The Pentagon is an enormous operation. There's 2 million Americans under arms. It's $1 trillion a year. He simply isn't the right person for the job.
I will tell you that I think the biggest mistake that people that are opposing Pete Hegseth are making is that they're not focused on the right things. This is an all-hands attack. We're focusing on whether or not he drank. We're focusing on whether or not what he did out
Like, who
in
cares?
extracurricular
Well,
activities.
the
point that you're
Pentagon
making about,
cares.
is he qualified for the job? Can he lead? Does he have the experience to lead an organization of the side? That is valid. That's what we should be talking about. The rest of this, it's hearsay. The anonymous sources, every one
Jake,
of his co-hosts,
his mom
and if you
said
look at everything, has come out and said that this is not
otherwise
true. Talk
yesterday.
to the makeup artist who did his makeup every day, who would smell the alcohol on his breath, and they will tell you this is not true. And so I think we're talking about the wrong thing. Yes, you have an absolute valid concern about whether or not he is the right person for this job. But by talking about whether or not he's a drunk and calling him that kind of thing, you're taking your eyes off the prize, and I think you're making the whole thing ineffective. And I honestly think that the Democrats are doing more damage by doing this kind of thing than focusing on the real question, which everybody rightfully has. Is he the right person for the job? Is he qualified? Not based on the hearsay kind of attacks, but on the real.
He's qualified. That's the only question. But no. They gave us Kamala. And now they're trying to say no to Pete Hegseth, someone who is a veteran. How, bro?
Things. Has he managed enough people to be able to do this job? Is he the right person for this job? Those are good questions. The rest of it, I find it offensive and wrong.
Can I want to.
Shout out to Paul Davis. Paul Davis says, where do allegations usually comes from? Nothing just doesn't appear out of nowhere. Well, if you got money, if you got influence, if you're a public figure, people would do and say anything just to get some money. I know you know that, right? I know you do know that.
And just ask one thing to you guys really quickly, which is, no matter the public discussion outside, one of the key is which is the unknown, is what is the view of Donald Trump on the inside of the transition, of how this is playing out. The insight that we have today is that we're reporting from CNN Steve Contorno that Trump has spoken to, a source says that Trump has spoken to Ron DeSantis about the possibility of taking this job, that Ron DeSantis has said that he is open, if offered, to taking the job. That to me, that's where like my big question remains right now is where does the pressure stand in terms of the appetite for Donald Trump to put up with this kind of, we'll call it smoke, around him much longer. Lee, what do you think?
Well,
he lives for smoke. This man is smoke. Okay, he loves smoke. He lives inside the smoke. Okay, he doesn't run away from smoke. However, if Pete Hegseth cannot stand on his 10 toes and stand tall for himself, he will be replaced. You better stand tall, Pete.
If the president has to be prepared for anything that happens, so I'm not surprised that he's having conversations. I mean, if you even look at the betting markets right now, the betting markets have said that it's less likely, than ever that Pete Hegseth gets confirmed. So he can't be caught flat-footed. Yeah. But there is no sign that the administration is backing down from their support of him. Now, you heard in the days when Matt Gaetz was going out, there was absolute silence from the administration. You didn't hear any support. You knew that there was something going on. As yet, last night, Donald Trump Jr. was writing about his support of Pete Hegseth.
J.D. Vance just wrote a tweet in support of him, too.
And so I don't see that they are backing down, but I think, they've got to be prepared, and if the votes aren't there, the votes aren't there, and they've got to have a qualified candidate, and it looks like they're ready to move quickly. But I don't see any sign that Donald Trump's support of Pete Hegseth is breaking.
One thing I can say I'll say certainty, and then I'll have, pie in my face, is by the end of today, there should be some clearer view on where the path is headed. Only because there's a lot happening in this.
And that's the thing, wealth from within. That's the thing. Like, when this majority Republicans are having conversations about the people who Trump is speaking to be among or work in his administration, it's like, what are you guys doing? This guy had to attempt on his life. Missed 2020 situation. Him back in 2024, all the indictment, all the money is spent on these core issues, and yet, plus winning a majority vote, popular votes, um, electoral college, winning all of this, yet you guys want to sabotage him. He has a mandate. The people voted for him, and they've given him a mandate, and they said, protect us, secure the border. No more wars, no more sending billions of munitions to Ukraine. Okay. And no more political warfare. They've said all this stuff. But yet, guess what? This majority of Republicans still want to play games.
Something's got to give, it seems.
Pete Hegseth, the nominee to be Secretary of Defense, is speaking on Capitol Hill.
And a wonderful process to go through and meet with senators and talk to them, especially members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, whose passion is the Defense Department, and our warfighters, to hear what they want to do to make sure that department is properly oriented for the threats of the world and make sure that we're putting the warfighters first. That's what Donald Trump asked me to do. Your job is to bring a warfighting ethos back to the Pentagon. Your job is to make sure that it's lethality, lethality, lethality. Everything else is gone. Everything else that distracts from that shouldn't be happening. That's the message I'm hearing from senators in that advise and consent process. It's been a wonderful process. As far as everything else, I had a chance to sit down with Megyn Kelly today for an hour. I refer you to that interview. She asked probably all the questions you guys would like to ask.
Will you commit to not drinking? Will you commit to not drinking on the job?
I'm
See,
sure
no-
that we
no
can
drinking
think
on
of a
the
few
job.
more questions to ask Pete Hegseth to fact check that. I do want to bring in Armani Raju, who we just heard there in the hallway trying to get a question into Pete Hegseth. Mani, this is a high stakes appearance for Hegseth, and he's really trying to get out there in front of the cameras.
Yeah, that's right. And look, this is now a public effort beyond just a private, behind-the-scenes push to try to get Republicans in line. There are a lot of Republicans who do have concerns about all the reports that have misconduct allegations that have come out over the last several weeks. And there are more than three. Remember, he can only afford to lose 3 Republican senators in the new Senate.
One thing I learned from the 45th, now the 47th president-elect is have your own power, okay? Excuse me, have your own words, okay? Meaning, speak to the people always, be good, act like someone who has some sense, and also never be silenced. Okay, do not be silenced. Do not be silenced. Talk and talk and talk. Because once you stop talking, everything people say about you becomes valid. But when you keep talking and saying they're lying, this is what happened to Andrew Tate. He kept on talking. Elon Musk, they kept on talking. You have to say your own side of the story. They want to silence you so they can bombard you, your followers, your listeners, the people who love you, your family and friends. They want to bombard them with false situations. So if you don't talk, if you don't try to find your platform, if you don't try to create a base, if you don't try to find your own voice, they win. So if you didn't learn anything from the 45th and the 47th president-elect, learn this. Have your own voice and never stop speaking up for good and for yourself and for the people you love and for your own ideologies. You don't have to support anybody else's. Focus on you, support your opinion, and have an opinion. Godly. People say I don't have an opinion, but I have an opinion.
In order to get the job and be confirmed as the next Secretary of Defense. There are more than 3 Republicans who have concerns. Whether they actually vote no, that's another question, but there are at least more than have concerns. So he has some work to do. And as you can hear here, this is all part of this new effort to try to go out publicly, contend that these allegations are all false in his telling, and tell senators that he can actually do the job. The question is, do the Republican senators agree with that? He just met moments ago with the incoming Senate Majority Majority Leader John Thune about all of this. And we expect a critical meeting this afternoon with him and Senator Joni Ernst. She is a member, she's a Republican who's served in combat, someone who's actually a victim of sexual assault, and someone who's pushed to change how sexual assault claims are dealt with throughout the Pentagon. And of course, Hegseth has been accused of sexual assault, something that he has denied. But Ernst has been pointedly not taking a position about whether she would support Hegseth, but has said that she would have a thorough conversation with him and frank conversation with him when he meets later today. How does she deal with what Hegseth has been saying privately and publicly? Will she come on board? And will the other Republican skeptics as well, people who are uncertain if they will back him, like Senator Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, other Republicans, will they fall in line? And the ultimate question here, too, Brianna, is whether or not Donald Trump continues to stand behind him. Hegseth has been telling reporters all day that Trump has his back, is still behind him, and he spoke to Donald Trump before coming to the Capitol. The question is, how long does Trump have his back? And will these misconduct allegations ultimately become too much of a distraction and force him to bow out? That is what a lot of people on both sides of the aisle are watching here, as Hegseth is making the rounds and trying to make the appeal that he should get the job.
How long can President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense hang on? Today is a critical one for Pete Hegseth. Right now, Trump's choice to lead the Defense Department is meeting with key Republican senators as scrutiny is growing over allegations of his serious past misconduct.
Now, Hegseth says he's not going anywhere and that he has Trump's full support. Here he is speaking to conservative radio host Megyn Kelly.
He reiterated the same thing this morning. Hey, Pete, I got your back. It's a fight. They're coming after you. Get after it. The media is driving with this ridiculous narrative. It's our time to stand up and tell the truth and our side. And he knows that.
CNN's Manu Raju joins us live from Capitol Hill. Manu, let's kind of cut through things right now. We know the meetings, there's clearly been a strategic shift in terms of trying to fight back that we've seen today. What's going on behind the scenes? Is this on the brink, or is it possible to turn it around?
It still remains to be seen, because there are a lot of Republican senators who simply are holding their cards close to their vests, are concerned about these allegations, uncertain about whether Pete Hegseth could actually do the job as Secretary of Defense, and want to hear him discuss in length and in public about these allegations of misconduct, the sexual assault allegation, which he denies, as well as what happened at the time when he ran that veterans group several years ago, in which the New Yorker reported about misconduct, personal misconduct, drunkenness on the job, and the like. So Hegseth behind the scenes has been denying those allegations, and that has alleviated some concerns, but some members still, like Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, says she does not know how she'll ultimately vote if and when that time comes. Now, there's also discussion about whether there will be a replacement. Donald Trump, we're told, has been looking at possible replacement candidates in case Hegseth's nomination collapses. One of them, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. That's someone who, in fact, some Democrats are signaling they could be open to supporting if that nomination comes forward.
I'm considering voting yes on DeSantis if he finally admits that he has lifts in his boots. I'm sure he does. I think maybe 3 inches, 4 inches at least. Yeah.
He's
Yo, that dude right there.
a governor of one of our biggest states. He's served in Congress. He's, served in the military. So I think he has what you would look at on paper as the requisite kind of experience you would want in a Secretary of Defense.
It's not 100% clear to me who he wants as Secretary of Defense right now.
And that last comment coming from Senator Josh Hawley, a Republican who had a meeting scheduled with Hegseth tomorrow. He told me that it was canceled, but the transition tells me that they've rescheduled that for next week. But it all underscores the questions that are still on Capitol Hill about whether Hegseth will actually make it, whether they'll actually be a replacement candidate, and whether Donald Trump continues to stand behind him. Hegseth has told reporters all through the course of the day that, in fact, Donald Trump is supporting him. Donald Trump does have is fully committed to pushing him through. And I asked Hegseth, are you considering dropping out for consideration as Secretary of Defense? And he said no. Guys.
Manu Raju live for us on Capitol Hill. Thanks so much. Let's discuss all this with Democratic strategist Megan Hayes and Republican strategist Shermichael Singleton. Guys, welcome. Shermichael, we've all been in this town long enough. I'm very young. What we've seen over the course of the last 18 hours for the Hegseth nomination is like the perfect encapsulation of the doom spiral before the end. But we've also seen him fight back today.
Yeah.
And to Manu's point, senators aren't coming out and saying we're against him. He's still alive.
He is still
alive. Can
alive.
he turn this around?
His mom did an interview on Fox News today. I watched it. I thought it was very compelling. We'll see how the meeting goes with Iowa Senator Joni Ernst. I think a lot of Republicans are really waiting to see what the senator of Iowa says. I think if she says yes, thumbs up, I think he will absolutely move forward and ultimately get confirmed. If, however, she says, I'm not really certain, I'm not sure, and Megan and I talked about this, I don't know if she'll come out and say, well, you know what, no, but maybe there'll be a call to the president-elect and say, look, the numbers aren't here, Mr. President, you got to choose someone else. So I'm really watching that meeting today to really decide whether this is going to move forward or not.
Yeah, because conventionally, you'd look at what's happening, to your point, and go, he's toast. But the ship sailed unconventional a long time ago.
A long
time ago. I wonder what you think specifically of what you heard from Hawley, him saying, I'm not 100% clear who he wants as Secretary of Defense right now. A really interesting thing today as the meeting has been postponed to next week, which could be next week to never. Depending on how this week goes. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that the Trump team is putting names out there. They're muddying the water, right? They are signaling that we are okay if you guys are not going to vote for him or this is not going to move forward. I think DeSantis is a smart move. He's an executive. He's led a major state. He understands there's some concerns here operationally, and just because I don't agree with his policies doesn't mean he wouldn't be good at running the DOD, but he's also been vetted at a national stage. So, I think the Trump team is smart to put names out there because there are some actually qualified people who have the character and the experience to lead a major organization like DOD.
Michael, to that point, first off, this is very inside baseball, but I can't stop laughing at Hegseth saying never back down, which was the name of Ron DeSantis' super PAC.
No pun intended there.
Very in the weeds on that one. Deep cut.
Deep cut.
I think one of the things that I'm struck by through all this, I'm not surprised by the types of people that Donald Trump has nominated. He said it loud and clear over and over and over and over and over and over. And I want to scream this into the void to people who are like, I can't believe he's doing this, that, or the other. It's the fact that some of these people don't seem to be vetted. They don't seem to have a great sense of what's in their background that I think is striking, because you can pick people that are loyal, that want to carry out what you have campaigned on, and yet still make sure that there's nothing behind the scenes that it's going to be a surprise.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. That is a bit annoying, even to me as a conservative. You don't expect the principal, the president-elect, to know every single thing in a person's background. That's not necessarily the principal's job or role. That's the job for people like me or people like Megan in our former capacities. You're supposed to do your due diligence with a litany of names to present. Hey, if this is who you want, sir, let us do our process of going through this person's background, making sure that there's nothing that's not only embarrassing to them, but also to you. Go ahead, Megan. I see you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Some of this is if they would have done the FBI background checks, I think that some of this would have already come out, because in those background checks, I've had them done when I worked at the White House. They ask you if you have a drinking or a drug problem. They ask people who know you if you have a drinking or a drug problem. So some of these things would have come out, and because they did not do this, they are sitting here with a Matt Gaetz and a Pete Hegseth not getting confirmed. Sorry, I just wanted to throw that in there.
That's a fair point. But even if you used a private firm, if the president-elect says, but I still want him, you at least give the team the opportunity to prepare for this. So if we know this is oncoming, let's talk with Mom to make sure the statements are out there. Let's talk with colleagues at Fox to make sure that they can come out and defend their former colleagues. You prepare to be on the defensive, hopefully the offensive towards the end, if you know this onslaught could potentially come. Not having that background information, it does hurt. And again, it's a bit annoying to me because you just don't want the president-elect who had a great victory having to deal with this when he should sort of be coasting into his swearing, his confirmation.
Can we consider that if you are Donald Trump and you're hearing, oh, Democrats like Mark Kelly and John Fetterman are open to Ron DeSantis, is that really the guy you want as defense secretary, someone that Democrats are open to? It seems that he might instead want someone who his side will pass without Democratic support. Is that your read so far on all the picks that you've seen?
And I think that Trump is putting himself into a situation where he needs people who are going to be qualified, and I think the senators, Republican and Democratic senators, are making this more difficult than he originally anticipated it being. I think he thought he could just throw whoever they wanted, he'd get a rubber stamp, and the Republican senators are standing up and saying that you don't have the votes for these people. So I think that the Democrats this is how they work together in the Senate.
But I just want to add quickly here, what it shows is that the president president-elect is willing to nominate individuals who can get bipartisan support. And I think that's what you want. There were some sort of blue-collar Democrats or blue dog Democrats who did vote for the president-elect, haven't voted for a Republican in quite some time. So to see that of the three names, Democrats are coming out saying, wait a minute here, these are some good people, I would potentially vote for them. I think that's a kudos to the president-elect and his willingness to put forth individuals who can sort of bring Congress together. That's a good thing.
The second time around.
Second time around, that's true.
The ability to shift an Overton window to where Ron DeSantis is the acceptable nominee for Democrats.
I mean, Ron DeSantis, everybody loves this guy because he's competent, he's smart, he's fast. He's been dealing with Florida's hurricane natural disaster issue pretty good. A lot of Floridians said they love this guy. So it's like, give him a chance if you're going to give him a chance. However, Pete Hegseth is still in this fight. Okay? He's still in here.
They say shoot for the moon. Maybe you'll land among the stars. I wonder if that isn't the strategy here.
Let's get right to CNN's Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu, is that what Republican senators are telling you, that most of them just want a picture, they're behind him, and none of them have told him face-to-face that they have concerns?
Well, there are a number of Republican senators who simply will not say how they will vote on this nomination. They're uncertain about whether they can back Pete Hegseth to be the Secretary of Defense. Remember, just 4 Republican senator defections could be enough to scuttle this nomination, given that all Democrats are expected to vote no. Now, he just wrapped up a critical meeting with Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa. Ernst is someone who is a sexual assault survivor, someone who has fought to change the practices how sexual assault claims are dealt with in the military. Of course, Hegseth has been alleged to have committed sexual assault. He has denied that allegation. But I tried to ask Ernst after their 45-minute meeting whether she's ready to back Hegseth. You support Mr. Hegseth's nomination?
It was a frank and thorough conversation.
And she continued to repeat that line, Jake, for the course of several minutes. I've asked her several times about the meeting, any details and the like. Continued to say it was a frank and thorough conversation. Now, in talking to other senators, too, there is still an open question about whether Donald Trump is fully behind Hegseth. Hegseth did tell reporters today that he has the confidence of Donald Trump, and Trump has indicated to him privately as early as today that he backs him. But some Republican senators still are uncertain if Trump will go another direction.
It's not 100% clear to me who he wants as Secretary of Defense right now. He'll answer all of those and many, many more under oath if he wants to, and if the president wants him to. But I don't know what the case is at this point.
One of the things I'd love to hear is that he's committed to not drinking. I think if he would, being familiar with the problems of alcoholism and the dumb things we do when we drink too much, it'd be really nice if he would set that one aside for good, if not at least through a term as secretary.
And that
Yeah, he can't be drinking if he's going to be the Secretary of Defense. There's no way, bro.
last comment comes from Republican Senator Kevin Cramer, who indicated to me that he's likely to support Hegseth's nomination to be Secretary of Defense. But in reference to those allegations of Hegseth being intoxicated on the job in his previous service as leading a veterans organization, something that Hegseth has denied having a drinking problem at all. But he did tell Senator Roger Wicker, who is the incoming Republican chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Jake, that if he is confirmed, he will commit to not drinking if he's confirmed ultimately to that post, something that did alleviate at least some concerns for some senators.
Pete, have you been drinking? Hey, Pete, have you been drinking? Anyway, guys, double tap your screen. Let me show you how to like the live stream, okay? I'm going to go back to my YouTube right now. So, I'll show you how to like the stream. You click on your screen twice, okay? Right here. Double tap your screen twice. That is how to like the live stream. Double tap your screen twice. Double tap your screen twice. All right. With that being said, what is going on in Chicago? Okay. What is going on in Chicago? We actually have a hearing I want us to listen to.
All right. For all of you who think all hope is lost in our Democrat-run cities, the Angle's seen signs of hope. And of all places, Chicago, where residents are revolting against proposed tax hikes.
Here you are with another gritty property tax hike, trying to push the have-nots to house your precious illegal immigrants. You told Trump you ain't gonna blink? Well, we ain't either.
Let's start with cutting off illegals, getting free everything. Free housing, free schooling, free food. Yeah, let's start with that. That'll save us a lot of money.
One thing that Chicago people know very well is how to spot a scam. And the scam has been exposed. You cannot bully Chicago people because this is a city of bullies and bully slayers.
You are going down in history as the worst mayor in America.
Well, the Chicago mayor doesn't give a damn.
We won't be intimidated. We won't cower under pressure. The abominable ignorance that is coming from the president-elect and former president is quite damning. We will not allow tiny gods who attempt to have flexibility in the morality to use it as a way to divide us.
They're trying to do like an Obama impersonation.
Brainwashed.
They're joining me now, two of the Chicago residents who spoke at that meeting. P. Ray Easley, founder of the Chicago Red, and Danielle Carter Walters. P. Ray, let's start with you. So it seems that Mayor Johnson is pretty proud of how he's managed the influx of migrants. So why do you say otherwise?
Because he's not proud. He's very uncomfortable. He has a 14% approval rating, and no politician wants to have that type of approval rating. Wherever he goes, there are people jeering him and telling him that he has to adjust the budget and that we need the illegals gone. But he's already made deals, and I believe cash checks, in order to push this plan forward, regardless of what we want, because the Chicago Teachers Union has been traveling to Venezuela for years and making deals with their government.
Well, Danielle, it turns out that Chicago is throwing resources at illegals. They do get free housing. They do get free meals a day, daily snacks. They get free medical care. And yet, Danielle, when I was in Chicago for the DNC, I saw a lot of people who were struggling. I talked to a lot of people who were struggling, who were residents of Chicago, who love Chicago. What about those people?
Well, he doesn't care anything about those people. Those people are me and Miss Jessica and the other ones you see that come down there, who are homeowners, who he's proposing and has proposed that we get a $300 million property tax hike. So those people who are struggling with this bad economy that the Biden and Harris administration has put on us. So we are the people that's struggling, the tax-paying people, the American citizens that he refused to listen to.
Now, P. Ray, what I still don't understand.
Why wouldn't you listen to the people that voted you in? Listen to these women. They're telling you, bro, listen to us. Yeah, we need to listen to that hearing, guys. Next.
Because we know what's happened to Chicago. We know what's happened to Oakland. We know what's happened to places like St. Louis and Baltimore. We know what's happened to them. Yet they still keep voting in Democrats. Now, there's been some Republican gains courtesy of President Trump. I'm going to get to that in a moment. But what's the deal with continuing to return failure back into power, rewarding failure?
You have to remember that we're fighting against the Chicago machine. The Chicago machine was so pervasively violent and intimidating that we actually have a federal decree, the Shachtman decree, which makes it illegal to politically bully people in the city of Chicago. Before then, if you did not align yourself with the Democratic Party, you could not get city services, you could not get a government job, and someone may slap you in the face. However, we're past that. We're done with that machine. And now the progressives are here and they want to live off of the brand of the Democratic Party, and we can't do that anymore. So our goal now is to raise the self-esteem of the people so that they can understand that the Democratic Party does not have that power anymore. They're not a boogeyman.
Yeah, well, they don't.
Whoa. Wait. What? So this was happening back in the day in Illinois, Chicago? Hell no.
They don't care about them, clearly. And that's been demonstrated. Danielle, you made that point so well at the big meeting. And to that point, don't you think Donald Trump should take this moment, I think even pre-inauguration, he has all this momentum, go to cities like Chicago, maybe make it part of a Blue City No More tour, and tell the city, you know, he loves American cities. He wants to rejuvenate them and really tell the people, you don't have to live this way. I'm going to help, work with me. That's my idea, and I'm sticking with it. Your reaction to that?
We were welcome here in Chicago. We voted for Trump. We came out and voted for Trump. So the numbers, don't let the numbers fool you. We came out. And I believe if Trump, and I'm calling from him, to make an example out of our mayor, Brandon Johnson, because they saying...
This woman ain't playing around. She said, make an example out of our mayor. Yeah.
That they don't mind going to jail. So I believe if Trump makes an example out of Brandon Johnson and lock him up, then, oh yes, Chicago, he will have Chicago in his pocket.
That's the new chant, P. Ray. But you know, Johnson is, I'm going to go to jail to protect. He wouldn't go to jail to protect his own citizens, okay? No. But he'll go to jail to protect the migrants. How do you think, P. Ray, really quickly, how do you think that's going to sit with the people?
I think the people are going to rejoice if that happens, because we've been begging the president for over a year to please come help us. Tom Homan, please come help us. Ms. Pam Bondi, please come help us. We need federal intervention in the city of Chicago because we have our own swamp and we need you guys to give us the resources to save us.
Yeah, the swamp in Chicago is pretty thick. P. Ray, Danielle, you are fantastic.
Awesome. This is what we need, man. Strong, competent, well, I don't want to say strong, brave, beautiful, intelligent, smart women coming out to talk about their cities and defending the people that they are in charge of, that they are responsible for. Now we're going to listen to the hearing that these women spoke at and the Chicago mayor that has been causing headache. Okay, here we go.
I stand is Charnel Lane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Charnel Lane. I will be speaking on the budget for the Plow the Sidewalks program. I believe we, as all citizens of this city, will benefit from the Plow the Sidewalk program. I, as a wheelchair user, think it's imperative that we have the sidewalks cleaned during the winter months to get around. This goes for disabled people, mobile, blind, hearing disabled people, seniors. They can't do what they used to do, so they're not able to plow their sidewalks, and they may not have anyone to do it for them, and because of their limited budgets, may not also be able to pay someone to do it for them. Not to mention, if they slip and fall on the ice, it could be very dangerous for not only them, but their families, and an increase in their financial responsibility. Parents of children.
Yeah, I think she is. Shout out to Lovely. I think she's on the phone, but we're gonna like kind of push it forward a little bit so we can listen to someone who actually is in there. Let's see.
And then they can't get to school, which prevents them from being productive members
I think this one's about to be over.
Society. Please look into your hearts, your head, and your know-how to please come up with money for the budget of the Plow the Sidewalk program. We appreciate you, your service, and your work, and I know you would do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Danielle Carter.
So Brandon, you?
Yeah, she said so. Brandon, yeah, she's one of them. So Brandon, look at the intro, guys. Listen.
And your know-how to put in.
Okay.
So Brandon, you and all these Democratic mayors out here and governors, Y'all talking about crashing out for these illegals, right? You all stood up there and said you will not allow Trump to come in here and get these illegals. Yeah, you can smile. We're in a $1 billion deficit. And you spent half of our money, half of that on illegals. You campaigned and doubled down that you would not raise property taxes. I ain't gonna do that. You campaigned, went around doing that. And here we are right now. You wanted to raise our taxes $300 million. They shut it down. Now we back here for $150 million. Okay. See, this is what we asking now. Since you want to crash out, some of y'all say y'all willing to go to jail for it. Trump, Tom Homan, make an example of this Negro right here first. Please come here first. Because
this one ain't playing around, guys.
you know what? We're going to help you. We want to forensic.
Ma'am, I would ask that you, keep your, hold on a second. Stop her time. Stop her time. Just a second. Stop her time.
No, don't stop her time. Don't stop her time, bro. Do not stop her time. Let her talk. Okay? Let her talk. Let the woman talk.
Ma'am, I would ask that you, if you want to continue speaking, you have to make sure that your language is appropriate, okay? All right.
Alex.
Okay, you can begin her time again.
You're going to spend our tax dollars to go, Michael Rodriguez, you said to take Trump to court to protect these illegals. You said you're going to spend our tax dollars to take Trump to court to protect these illegals if they try to come in your district. And then you said they all in cahoots with each other to do it. Okay, so now we about to make y'all famous. We're gonna let all y'all constituents know who y'all ratting for, that y'all wouldn't spend our tax dollars to protect illegals and to get them legal services. So that's what we're doing. That's cool, because we about to make all of y'all aldermen famous. Y'all think this is how it's gonna rat? I think not. Flip Chicago red. We not playing.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is...
Excuse me, just a second. If you continue to shout, I will clear the chamber. That is your only warning. Okay?
What? Hell no. Nah, we ain't finna do that. What? You would clear the chambers just because she's speaking if you continue to shout. And these are the people that, man, look, these are the good ones. Are these the good guys? Nah, I want to be the bad guy if these are the good guys. Hell no. It's called freedom of speech. You don't like what they're saying? Okay.
Okay. Next person, please.
Our next speaker is Jessica Jackson.
So, Mayor Brandon Johnson, I was always taught that a man's word is his bond.
Right.
I was always told that if you can't take a person at their word, you can't take them at nothing, right? So, because I was raised that way, I stand by my word. And there's two words I gave you. The first word was, we coming for them seats. And we are. And we are. The second word I gave is that we was gonna make y'all famous. And we're gonna make y'all famous. Starting with Famous Friday. Every Friday at 6 o'clock, we're gonna be on Zoe's YouTube. Tune in, Zoe Lee. And we're gonna get you one at a time. Starting with, we're gonna pull your name out of a hat. And we're gonna see who is the lucky person who gets to go first. Let's see who's down here. Drum roll, please. Let's go.
Yeah.
We're gonna make famous. This week, Friday at 6 o'clock, featured on the Zoe Lee YouTube is Alderperson, because I'm not getting caught up in pronouns and junk. Alderperson Jessie Fuentes. Yay! She's not here,
Yeah.
but her people are. Y'all get the word to her. Make sure y'all tune in so you'll know what to expect when it's your turn. For everybody who sat here and ain't helping me get my property, you gonna sit up here and watch them take my stuff from me? For every black person I know that get their property taken, that's a seat that's going. You can believe that. You can believe that. I hate that your name wasn't pulled first. That Mary Richardson Laurie, we're going to get to her too.
Whoa.
We're going to get to
Whoa.
the commissioners. We get to everybody who sat back and watching me be stressed out about my stuff. Tell Jessie Fuentes, tune in. We about to make her famous. Boom.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Howard.
No, he ain't gonna do it. He don't help black people.
It's all right. Good morning, Mayor Johnson, City Councils, and the citizens of Chicago. To the taxpayers, residents, and special interest group, and all who want to see Chicago thrive, and all who want to see property taxes to go down or not pay them, or all who wants to see this city have a better quality of life, can you please stand with me and support me with this? Thank you for your dedication to and the future of the city. To the mayor and city council, if the citizens of Chicago were to come together and support your 2025 budget and also contribute $4.5 billion to the city and $4.5 billion to the county, would you agree to this initiative? I know you can't answer questions. This proposal represents a unified effort by the citizens to address budget shortfall and support the city development. Are you open to accepting and working with the people on such an initiative called the People Fund? And to the citizens, to my fellow citizens in the audience, I now turn to you. You are the backbone of the city and your voice matters. You reside in one of the 50 wards of Chicago, and you have entrusted these elected officials to represent your interests. I have a question for you. If the mayor of Chicago and the council were to work with the county president, Tony Prickwinkle, to end the annual tax and scavenger sale, approve the People Fund, which is a transactional tax, waive property taxes, reimburse homes that were taken from the tax sale, would you support the budget proposal in return for these changes? Okay. If you are willing to consider this, I ask you to join me in the hallway after this by the elevators, and I was finished telling you about the People Fund. There I will explain this plan in detail and how it would transform our city and county. Now, Mayor Johnson, you do have this proposal. I don't know if you got it yet. You probably haven't. That's fine. Check with Ms. Kennedy. But this proposal is a great proposal, and it will bring and help the city, and it definitely will help the people from losing their home, because without their homes, we do not exist, and the city don't exist. And another thing, Alderman, you guys are elected by us. We are the people. We down here, we want you to represent us. I hope that you guys have our interests. So, again, after everything is over with, come in the hallway, and I'm going to explain what we call the People Fund. It's the coldest economic initiative ever. When I created my directors, I'm like an economist now. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Tiara Conway.
Loser.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Tiara Conway. I'm here to speak about actually police torture, or or as y'all say, prosecutorial misconduct. Yet again, this is another budget crisis. We demand no cuts and transparencies, no cuts. We demand no cuts on accountability and transparencies, but instead cut the vacant positions. We should not be funding any criminals. Mayor Brandon Johnson, I need you to look into this case. Ramon Banks has been held against his will for over 2 years at the Cook County Jail. We have Officer Kevin Korn and Miguel Jackson who intentionally made up false allegations against him. We have Farrah Bryce, the Assistant State's Attorney, who approved it. They lied and stated Mr. Banks made fatal movement when they approached the car. The body cam clearly shows that Mr. Banks was instructed to raise down the window. He's the passenger. Why would he turn towards his left if the window is to his right? They also lied and stated Miguel Anderson, he's the driver officer, said that he seen a weapon in plain view directly behind the passenger seat. How could you see that and you're the driver officer? We need help with this case. I understand to Terry frisk someone, you have to have a reasonable of suspicion that a crime is at foot or someone is armed and danger. The officer must be able to articulate specific facts which led them to suspect a crime is at foot or someone is armed and dangerous. These policemen that you guys is putting out here, they not upholding the law. They actually violate them. We need these people to be held accountable because lack of accountability can create a toxic environment like what we're experiencing now. We have so much going on in this city where it's a lot of innocent people which pled guilty because they fighting against all you guys. This is wrong. I really need you to look into this case. His next court date is December 18th. We're demanding this case to be thrown out. You have lack of probable cause, they violated his rights, you have prosecutorial misconduct, and they have insufficient evidence. We have on body cam the officer telling me that he had to put something in my car. We don't do that here. I asked him, what did you have to put in my car? He told me I'm not under arrest.
Thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker this morning is Miss Lawrence.
Let's go, Ms.
Good morning, all in the city council that came today, and for those who didn't come today that usually block up this room. Yes. Let's talk about vows when you all are getting up there doing those prayers. Let's talk from a Christian point of view. Numbers 32, Ecclesiastes 5:5, James 5:12, Matthew 5:33, and 5:37. You know what those are? All are, Brandon Johnson? They're called vows that you make before God. You get on national TV and make these statements that raising property taxes is not one of the things that you can do because it's the lazy way of doing things. But are you now lazy? Are you now lazy? It's the question, because you're not holding to any of these. And as we also listened to you, or basically watched you while William J. Kelly stumbled and pummeled you in a press conference, and you standing there trembling at all the questions that he asked from a citizen's perspective. Now let's get down to Tom Homan and 8 U.S.C. 1324. Different editions of 1994, 2020, 2021, and 2022 about you harvesting aliens. And you so strong about protecting those aliens, but you won't do nothing for the U.S. citizens.
Hell no.
We are the ones who pay your salaries. Salaries. Let me accentuate on that. But yet, you want to overlook us like we don't exist. Well, you're not going to exist for the next election because there's a 10-year prison sentence when you want to stand.
Oh my God. These women aren't playing around. They're pained, they've suffered, and now they're talking, speaking up. This is what we need. People who are not scared of talking. Just because you're brown skin, you should not be a Republican. Just because you're brown skin, okay, you must be a Democrat. Hell no.
Stand up here for those illegals. See, when I come, I told you I'm bringing the facts. And on the back of my shirt, I'm going to let you read it before I walk away to let you know that I'm not about your games, your jokes, and your prizes. Because when you ask silly questions, you're going to get silly answers. You know, you should know that statement, right? Well, you haven't answered the question yet. William J. Kelly came to you with plenty of them. And what happened with that? Only thing you could talk about is your wife saying her first name. Who cares? I don't. Because number one, I never voted for you. Number two, Lori Lightfoot either. Because I have not been a Democrat for nearly 2 decades. So therefore, you wouldn't have been my choice. And you even let Vallis show your evil in those debates. So here's the message for you. Nope, not today.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is George Blakemore.
How can you be a mayor of a city and your people are talking about you like this? How can you let your people talk about you like this? You should be apologizing and saying, you know what? Anything I've done in the past, I am ready to change it. I apologize. Okay. What do you need from me? Everybody, come up here. Tell me what you need from me. I am a public servant. I'm here to serve you. Your wish is my command. What do you need? End of story.
Brenda Johnson didn't bring this doo-doo here. It's been here. Old Man Daley, Harold Washington, Richard Daley, Lady Lightfoot. This man did not bring this doo-doo in this room. It's been here. And you've been voting for this doo-doo too. Well, maybe some of you have, and maybe I was the one too. I was under the impression that I could vote for a candidate and I could vote somebody in. You can't vote nobody in. The way this is set up is a group of people slate who they want, and then you vote for those they slate. This is all rigged. They're all Democrats. All of, and it's been this way. So some of y'all get up here and spit in this mic and holler, it's been this way. This is nothing new under the sun. So the Alton got a raise, and Mayor got a raise. So the teachers say they want a raise, and the farmers want a raise. Everybody wants something. What do you want? I want this chamber to be diverse, have many different political parties and different viewpoints. It's all the same, 69 each other. All of them, the black ones, the white ones, the Hispanic, the Asian, all are Democrats. Now, how are you going to get
Brandy,
all of them?
you too funny, bro. Good morning.
All of them, and make it happen, make it work. I don't think you're going to do it just holler and go red. I think you're going to have to have some strategic aims to clean this doo-doo up. This is old doo-doo. This doo-doo go back a long time. And you don't smell it now because it's dry, but you can see the results of it. You can, all of them. So the press, all of them, they all in this together. This is not new. So you holler, go red, no, go blue, go green. It needs to have a change here. All of them are the same. Every one of these men and women are the same point. All of them. So what can you...
Stay in the microphone, Mr. Blakemore. Stay in the microphone.
A revolution to change this system and clean it up and have a real democratic system, a democracy where you have different points of views. Everybody here is the same doo-doo. All of them. Have you ever seen a bad house?
Thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker this morning is Melvin Bailey.
Yeah, oh, doo-doo.
How you doing, Mayor and City Council?
Good morning.
It's been a long time since I've been coming down here. But, again, I'm coming down here, Mayor, and I want you to hear this. We want to enforce TBI, Trouble Building Initiative. There's over 15,000 vacant and abandoned buildings surrounded around the city of Chicago, and they trapped in our community. If we, I got started a petition. I'm getting 26 signatures from aldermen, so we can turn. I talked to several aldermen individual. As you can see, I started, they already signed. So what we want to do is take them vacant and abandoned buildings, rehab them, keep our young men in our community. Because if we keep them in the community, now we can tell them to put down their the gun. Now they don't have to take that car running into downtown, and now they don't have to kill another police officer. Is we talking about reducing all crime? No, but we're going to reduce some of the crime. We'll reduce some of the crimes with these vacant and abandoned buildings in our community. And just like Alderman Lopez said, maybe we need to have a committee meeting on it. We need to call Corporation Counsel. I already talked to Judge Murray. I already talked to Judy Freeland. Judge Murray is the housing court. Judy Freeland is the commissioner. She said, man, we got a bunch of them. But Corp Counsel are holding the properties hostage like it's their property. But this is our community. And I'm tired of seeing our young kids coming down every time you look at the news. Look, we just had a police officer killed in Oak Park, police officer killed in Chicago. Come on now, all you smart people down here, all the degrees you guys have, you mean to tell me we can't take a simple problem? Now, here's a vacant and abandoned list that they sent me. Here's some agreed order demos. They've been on the agreed order demo list since 2014, and they still standing. That's 10 years. You mean to tell me all these educated people down here, we cannot find a solution to this problem? At least we can give these kids some hope, because every time they call me or talk to me, do you have a job for me? That's all they want to do is work. They don't want, it's like, bro, I don't want to grab this sword, but I got to. Man, they're like, I don't want a big bro, I don't want, man. I'm like, they call me, I got that, say, you know what, I'm going to tell you this. Y'all can take this. When they call, I tell them I have a job. You know what they tell me? Just look at the news. That's the first thing they tell me, just watch the news. And they serious, because I watch the news. The first thing you hear, I say, oh man, I couldn't save them. I can't save all of them, but we can save some of them. So I really appreciate if you guys help us with this problem, because we can, we can most definitely solve some of it. Some of it. Come on now, who all sign? I'm looking for signatures. I need 26 signatures to give to the mayor so we can force Corporation Counsel. I can't wait to talk to Corp Counsel and the budget meeting, Department of Law. This is a very big problem. But I want to say thank you to Jason Irvin, thank you to the Housing Department, because they allow us to start building on Madison and Hamlin, a small African-American company to build. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Today I stand here as a concerned citizen to speak out against the leadership of Mayor Brandon Johnson, a leader whose actions and affiliations are doing a disservice to our once great city. But before I do so, I'd like to thank Alderman Brendan Riley and Raymond Lopez and the other common sense aldermen for holding firm on no property tax hikes and for their proposed headcount reductions. While the end of the budgetary cycle is near, we are just getting started in order to save our city, which is in financial crisis. Under the current mayor's administration, we've seen a disturbing trend. A mayor more concerned with pandering to special interest groups and non-taxpayers than with making the tough, necessary decisions to move the city forward. Mayor Johnson's leadership can be defined by demagoguery, fueled by progressive rhetoric and driven by a divisive agenda that plays to the lowest common denominator rather than striving for unity, fiscal responsibility, or the common good. We do not need progressive revenue initiatives. We have an addiction to spending, and it must be fixed immediately. It's no secret that Brandon Johnson's ties to the CTU.
Now, this is something I'm going to say. I know a lot of people are going to say, yo, I don't know if it's true, but this is the facts. Okay. You heard everybody come up here and speak. Okay. You heard everybody come up here and speak. Can you hear the difference in speech? Did anybody hear the difference in speech? I had to like look at the screen. I'm like, who's speaking? That is a big issue. Okay. It's a big issue. When it comes to reading, articulation, it is different. Or different ethnicities in the United States. Brown skin and anybody else. You heard everybody come up here to speak. Listen to him. Different. Different. Why is that?
Run deep. His political career from the start has been propped up by union support, and now as mayor, it's clear that those ties come with a hefty price tag and put the CTU's interests above those of our children and taxpayers.
John,
the CTU, with its unwavering influence over local politics, has contributed to our insolvency.
He did, bro.
The president of the CTU recently tweeted, "We will put a force field around our children." This is lunacy and the definition of demagoguery. The CTS, for a couple of stats here, the CTS budget in 2010 was $5.3 billion, roughly $13,000 per student to educate. In the 2025 budget, the budget for CPS is $10 billion, or $31,000 per student. When is enough enough? That's the cost to go to the University of Illinois. The annual salaries of CPS employees have skyrocketed by over $800 million since 2019, all of which was funded by federal COVID funds, which are all now depleted and no longer coming. What's more troubling is the mayor's blatant disregard to address the rising costs of living, worsening infrastructure, and mounting public debt. His proposal to raise property taxes was egregious and was lost by 50-0 vote. He and his supporters refused to give in on the sanctuary status when we've spent over $600 million on migrants this year, while Chicago is basically insolvent. Argentina's new president, Javier Milei, took over an economy in 2023 with triple-digit inflation, massive deficits, and widespread poverty, and he turned their economy around in less than 1 year. How did he do so? He cut over $20 billion from government spending while eliminating departments and layoffs, and as a result, inflation has collapsed to 3% from over 200%, and GDP growth has reached 16% in the latest quarter with a budget surplus. Chicago deserves better. We need leadership that puts our city's future above partisan interests and won't be held hostage to union interests. The current mayor won the 2023 election by 26,000 votes on 30% voter turnout. We need a mayor who will stand up to the special interests and focus on the
Thank you very much
lives
for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is David Mason.
Yeah, you remember me, Brandon Johnson, from the PBC meeting, and you know I'm standing on business. Here you are with another gritty property tax hike, trying to push the have-nots to house your precious illegal immigrants. You told Trump you ain't gonna blink? Well, we ain't either. You ain't above the law, and where you gonna run to when Trump pours that Trump card out on you? I will make it my duty to try to get my gun to perform an Operation Great Lord 2.0 in Chicago and lock all of you crooked Democrats and judges up. And it's just like that.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor,
You're
there are
not
no further
playing with
speakers.
Very
who have
well,
time
this
signed up for
concludes the public comment period. We don't have any resolutions. Next up, communications. Will have to be specified, but it is relegated to the budget. And again, each speaker will have 2 minutes, and we have so far a total of 25 speakers thus far, at least. Very well. The first speaker, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you. I don't really have a ton to say other than I once used to be proud to call myself a Chicagoan, and I was recently, and now everyone's going to get up and walk away, which is fine. But we have an addiction to spending, and progressive revenue initiatives will not grow our way out of this issue. The progressive revenue tactics will fail until the necessary headcount reductions and budget cuts are made, including do not lower the speed limits to try to trap individuals and citizens for driving 30 miles an hour when the speed limit's 25 or whatever the proposal is. That will not work, and that will only lead to increased traffic and continue to annoy citizens. Chicago Metropolitan Water Reclamation District has a $1.6 billion budget. $500 million of this is paid from Chicago property taxes. I'm sure there's some savings there. We have an egregiously complex and rigid form of local government. We have 20 Cook County commissioners. Now we have 21 new Chicago Board of Education members. We obviously have the 50 city council members, which we thank you, the vast majority of you. Again, progressive revenue policies will only fail and continue to exacerbate the city's financial woes. I was recently in Nashville with my wife 2 weeks ago, and I just randomly met 4 people who had moved from Chicago to Tennessee because of the tax burden. A number of my friends moved to Colorado, they moved to Nashville, they moved to Texas. We don't want to move, but there's really no alternative. If we're just going to continue to raise taxes, people are not going to want to move here, or people are not going to want to stay here, okay? The only way to get out of this budget crisis and insolvency is to increase the population and keep people here, encourage people to want to move here, encourage businesses to want to hire here, okay?
Absolutely.
Raising taxes, it does the exact opposite of that. Lastly, just please do not reduce the speed limits. That is insane. We need, if anything, we should be increasing the speed limits. The traffic is a nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to repeat again, if there are any individuals in the audience that require ASL, please let us know. Are there any members in the audience that need sign interpreters? Very well. The next speaker is Conway. Tiara Conway. All right, we'll hold off then. Tiara Conway is not here. The next speaker is David Mason. David Mason. Okay, the next speaker, Jessica Jackson.
So, Jesse Fuentes, you wasn't here. So, real quickly, well, you acting like you don't hear me, but you'll see yourself on Friday on Zoe Lee's channel, and we're gonna
He's
make
so
you famous.
bent on
And
Zoe
you're gonna
Lee's
keep acting like you don't
channel,
hear me. Now, as it pertains to the
Who is
budget,
Zoe Lee?
what I'm trying to figure out is this: how are my property taxes getting increased when you keep instructing your people to not settle my case? So you got the public administrators who are intentionally depriving me of my income because they're telling those tenants to squat on me for free for 2 years. But yet and still, I'm getting property tax increases. And if I don't pay the property taxes by December 10th, they got the audacity to say they're going to put my property at a tax sale, while you all are sitting there letting these people squat on me for 2 years. But yet, my property tax bill is $300 more than it was last quarter. Now, you make that make sense. And you tell me why.
That much of an increase in 1 quarter is insane. What is going on? Did you hear what she said? Like, that much of an increase for 1 quarter? How?
You should be able to stay in that position, and why anybody should be able to stay in these seats. You all know what they are doing. You know what they're doing. And y'all gonna sit here and let them come after my property while y'all let some squatters per the public administration office sit in my building. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're supposed to be a civil rights attorney. What is it that Conway?
She said you're supposed to be a civil rights attorney. But what are you doing? Wait. Yo, I gotta play that again.
Supposed to be a prosecutor, and he ain't bothering them white judges at all. But he walk around here all smug, thinking he better than y'all because he born rich. All y'all need to be embarrassed. I hope you pray to God that whatever y'all family leave for y'all, I hope it burns to the ground.
Oh my God.
Next speaker is George Blakemore.
Pertaining to the budget. Every household, you make so much money and you have priorities of what you're going to spend your money on. Now, one department that's notorious is notorious water department. The notorious water department, very racist. And if you don't pay your water bill, did you know they can put a lien on your property and take it? The most notorious water department, the notorious police department, the notorious police department. Now, I spoke here and been spitting in this mic, and I made a statement. Have you ever seen a black policeman pull his gun out and shoot a white man, a white woman, a white boy, or a white girl? In the United States of America, that doesn't happen. But constantly you see white policemen say they serve and protect, killing black people while walking in their homes. So evidently these black policemen know their place. And these white policemen seem like they don't have a place. The notorious police department. Let's go to the notorious fire department. Only 16%
Say the notorious police
of the firemen
department.
are black.
That's still funny.
The notorious racism. The worst city in the United States, the most corrupt, is the city of Chicago. Well, why would you say this? Because how many of those so-called leaders have been indicted? Have been indicted? And they keep on keeping on. So if racism is alive here, go back to that police department again, Mr. Blakemore. The fraternal order of the police.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. The next speaker, Danielle Carter.
Okay, so I got a great way how we can what we can do with this budget. First, let's start with cutting off illegals, getting free everything. Free housing, free schooling, free food. Yeah, let's start with that. That'll save us a lot of money. What, $600 million? Let's start there. Then let's start with your salary. You are going down in history as the worst mayor in America. Let's start with cutting yours. You making too much money. Let's start there. And now let's start with the police detail you had, the 200 police detail you had. Let's start with that. Because you Democrats, and you remember you told us to defund the police? Remember, you ran on that. Remember, you was to defund the police? Let's start with that. Let's defund the police detail that you have. And let's put the police back in our neighborhood, because we're not for defunding the police. We need the police. So let's start with all the Democrats, because y'all policy, what y'all push in our neighborhood, defund the police. So all y'all that got police details and got police presence around y'all house, let's start with cutting that. That'll save a lot of money. So won't you just practice what you preach? Remove all the details. We saw you coming in today. You had all the police presence. So let's take some of that away. And then let's start with and I'm asking you all, and I'm telling you all, aldermen, whatever property tax hike he's proposing, or whatever taxes he's proposing on the Chicago citizens, I'm letting y'all know for real. And now, if you all vote on anything to raise our taxes or anything, because we are already suffering, homeowners, you all will not be in those seats.
Thank you. The next speaker is Howard Ray.
Yes, I'm back. Since people are not speaking, a lot of people are not speaking, can we raise it back up to 3 minutes? But here's the deal. To the aldermen and the citizens and the council, I'm going to talk about the People Fund again. Basically what the People Fund is, it's a special tax for the citizens of Chicago. And what we're asking is for all sale transactions and uses that occurs, we want 6 cents, CENTS, attached to those sale transactions. We estimate that there's 6 trillion transactions in a half a year that occurs in Cook County. So you take 6 trillion times 6 cents, you get $360 billion. That's $700-something billion a year. But that tax is solely for the citizens of Chicago. That tax will pay our property taxes. It will also fund public safety. It will also do a lot of other things for our community, because each community, including the suburbs, because this is a Cook County and Chicago, that's why I asked to also include Tony Preckman. Every community would be able to get $1 billion per community, and the directors of that fund would be non-elected officials, but they would have to go through the elected officials in time. That's a whole nother subject. But what we want to do is have that special tax. You guys can keep your 10.25, but really you guys here in Chicago is 1.25%. You guys keep that. Just add that 6 cents. We're willing to negotiate with you guys. Maybe you can give 3 cents and the citizens give 3 cents to make us 6 cents. This is what we want. That way everybody will be satisfied. You guys can raise all what y'all want to raise for what you need to do, but give us our 6 cents on every transaction that occurs in Cook County.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zoe Lee.
Let's go, Zoe.
So here is an update concerning the OG, the older person that spoke about they've never seen an African American police, put down a Caucasian person. That's a lie. So in the same city, Chicago, on Tuesday, February 2020, a shooting happened and wounded an unarmed man during a struggle at downtown commuter train station. And actually, this person was a female police officer, African American woman. She shot a Caucasian man, at the train station. So, when people try to do this race thing, that's not gonna work, because the fact is, it happens. Okay, it happens. Unharmed Caucasian man was, shot at by a female melanin cop. It is what it is. All right. Forget about race politics, identity politics. All this stuff happens. It happens. Unity and love is what we need.
I see that you now are floating around a 60 million property tax hike. Ain't no taxes gonna be hiked until it shouldn't be at all. But you need to settle my family's case. Like the city of Chicago, the local government, the state of Illinois, has violated the 5th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the U.S. Constitution. Y'all take an oath. The government owes my family for eminent domain. Y'all sit here and ignore this. The government owes my mother, as a single black daughter raised by a single black mother who gave me what I needed to be down here. That's why I'm not scared. I know the Constitution. I know the federal laws. I said last year, I said, this is December 13th. I said, for the last 60 days, I've sent an email to the Chicago Inspector General requesting that they look into the accounting of the $640 million. The key players in the illegal immigration scheme are Carlos Ramirez Rosa, Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez, Michael Rodriguez, Andre Vasquez, Beatrice Ponce de Leon. As far as making Chicago great again, the black Democratic leadership in Congress showed that they have no black agenda. That's why they have allowed all this money to go to everyone but the black Americans for decades. The only way the Democrats should be voted back in is find and secure the black agenda, pass the debt, pay the debt America owes us, apologize to black Americans and say they won't try this S again, and as far as locally, flip Illinois red on principle.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jasmine Smith. Jasmine Smith. Very well. The next speaker is John Morrison.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you ran on being better, and I believed in you, so much so that I organized for you, I canvassed for you, and I fundraised for you. And when you won, Chicagoans entrusted you and this council to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago. You promised to build bridges instead of raising them. But over the last year, you've proposed spending taxpayer money on a stadium we don't want, a massive payday loan for CPS, and in a year with record police settlement costs, you shamefully proposed further deferring the implementation of the consent decree for our police force. And for the rest of us, property taxes and service cuts. I fear you've lost the plot, Mr. Mayor. If I wanted this kind of financial mismanagement, I would have voted for that guy from Palos Heights. The Plow the Sidewalks pilot was one of the few progressive legislative accomplishments. This pilot estimated to cost slightly more than $1 million, but yet it's nowhere to be found in your current $17.3 billion draft budget. That $1 million pilot represents an investment in our people and a benefit by clearing our sidewalks. We can empower the elderly and disabled members of our community to live fuller and safer lives, while potentially spurring economic activity, increasing transit ridership when we do desperately need it, and reducing unnecessary injuries. It's an investment in a better, stronger, safer Chicago that you ran on, sir. But here you are, walking away from that investment. It's not too late, Mr. Mayor. I want to believe in you. I want you to prove me right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Joanne Johnson.
Brandon Johnson, you wasn't in office when this happened. We purchased insurance on our property. They came out to rebuild after a fire. They demolished the property, turned around, they put a roof up, they framed it, and they walked away. It was in zoning. Zoning was supposed to overlook this property. Building, zoning, Dan, that's in the building office. And they told them to build that property the way I wanted it to be built. The insurance money walked away. I got signatures, I got documents of everybody that's involved in this project. And Nation Land Adjusters, they were supposed to build it up, but they walked away from it. So now it's just a dump. It's abandoned. We did everything we were supposed to do. We paid our insurance, and they took our insurance money. And why? The zoning department was supposed to overlook the project, and they didn't. I went into court. They told me to get a lawyer. My lawyer tell me, you dealing with the city of Chicago, you're fucked. We did everything we were supposed to do. We did everything we were supposed to do. And they turned around and walked away with $300,000.
Thank you.
These cities and these mayors that have been elected to lead these cities are supposed to be protecting the people, but yet they add on to the headaches of the people. Why? If you are elected by the people, you're supposed to do your job and you're supposed to be a beacon of hope. However, that's what you do. You don't listen. You act like you're better than them. Why?
Our next speaker is Dennis White.
Brandon Johnson, the good news is we got 48 days before Trump take that oath. In January, ICE gonna come in and get rid of the illegal immigrants. Here's the thing. In order for us to get these taxes, we gotta get rid of these illegals. So this was gonna happen to you. You got Kash Patel and Pam Bundy that you're gonna have to deal with sooner than later. Then it's gonna be an audit. Next, it's gonna be an investigation. Then it's gonna be an indictment.
Well, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Oh, I like that.
Oh my God.
I like that. That's
Oh
Conviction.
my God.
That's what's gonna happen to you.
Oh my goodness.
Now, guess what? I just cooked them under 2 minutes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vashan Tunkel.
Good morning to the people of Chicago. I just want to say, Mr. Brandon Johnson, I'm up here. I am speaking right now, so I would love your undivided attention, please. I'll wait. So this just proves to you the lack of leadership that you show in this city. You can't even give me straight eye contact. Now, I'm gonna let you know now, the people of Chicago, we're done with you. I'm young, I'm a young black man here in Chicago, Illinois, and I'm
Here we
here to
go.
tell you that I've seen what the Democratic Party have done to my people, specifically black people. Now, it is insane how we have been voting Democrat for over 60 plus years, and we've never seen a change from people like you, Lori Lightfoot, Robbie Manuel. It is insane. Now, when it comes to the budget,
Time to wake up.
why would you want to get rid of Shot Spotters, which is a $36 to $49 million investment in communities that are basically suffering from gun violence? I support Blue Troops. I support the police. They protect us. And you want to defund the police, you and the Democrats. Now, I know you guys see my Trump hat. You know that Chicago is flipping red. Chicago was 37% red. In 2020, it was only 15%. So we're waking up. So you can pretend that this isn't happening, but I know for a fact that you will not have that seat the next election. And at this point, Brandon Johnson, you can race bait all you want. You guys can sit up here and call me an Uncle Tom because I got my Trump hat on. But here's the thing. If you guys never read Uncle Tom, he died not telling on 2 runaway slaves. But you know who will sell you out in a minute? This guy right here. So you can call me an Uncle Tom all you want, but one thing you can't call me is a damn Democrat.
Whoa. It's over.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scarlett Johnson. Scarlett Johnson. Very well. Our next speaker, Robert Castle Jr. Robert Castle Jr.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
My name
Good
is Robert
afternoon.
Castile Jr. So after years of being incarcerated and having my voice snatched, I'm finally able to speak. So even being inside of cells and things and trying to write about things and certain stuff and having things being denied and mail tampered with and not be able to do that, I'm here to be able to speak about different things that happens in the city and contributes to different subjects and negative effects that turn out in the city. For instance, education. I truly believe in education. I believe in the children.
Oh shoot. So YouTube kept me on for like what, 20 minutes, no internet? That's wild. And y'all were waiting. See? This is why you guys are the best. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep playing this so we'll finish this right here. I'm sorry guys, but we're back.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
My name
Good
is Robert
afternoon.
Castile Jr. So after years of being incarcerated and having my voice snatched, I'm finally able to speak. So even being inside of cells and things and trying to write about things and certain stuff and having things being denied and mail tampered with and not be able to do that, I'm here to be able to speak about different things that happens in the city and contributes to different subjects and negative effects that turn out in the city. For instance, education. I truly believe in education. I believe in the children. I believe they are the future. We need them to survive and to thrive and to grow forward. With the closing of schools and just not funding the education or the teachers that are needed to teach them to grow, to be fruitful, to produce for our society, to make us better. I most definitely do not agree with that. They need to be funded. They need to be given what they need to protect and allow the children to grow. When you have a classroom that's overcrowded, you have children that are not being paid attention to and some that can't receive that attention and that support or that certain manner or method that they need in order to be nourished mentally. So when that happens, some of them become disruptive. And when they become disruptive, they can't receive the education so that they can grow and do what they need to do. When you don't receive the proper education and it comes time to fill out job applications or whatever it may be, or higher education or whatever it may be, then you're just not able to, which leads you down a certain path where when schools are closed and everything else, the block is never closed. The hood is never closed. You can always go out on those corners. There's always somebody there ready to teach you the street trade. So when they learn these trades, it's with them. Even inside of that, that's why I support the education of the students and not having crowded classrooms. When it comes to...
Thank you.
All right, everybody, shout out to Chad. Chad said, welcome back. Okay, shout out to Six Simper. I don't know if I'm butchering your name. I don't want to butcher your name, bro, or sister. But you said your content is impactful. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're back. Okay. I have to still fix my internet, but we're back.
Next speaker, Ms. P. Ray Eastley.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to the City of Chicago, to the City Council, to
Okay, chat. So actually, YouTube never stopped the live stream. I don't know why. So I reconnected my internet and it just started from where we stopped. So I don't know if you left or never left. I don't know. But I kept seeing like 300 people on the live stream. So maybe you were part of them. I don't know. Well, YouTube never stopped the live stream. It was just there. It just stopped and it continued again when the internet connected.
To the mayor, to my alderman of the great 37th Ward, and to all the West Siders in the building. First things first, I had a whole different thing, but I want to say this very quickly. I am a Negro woman. My mother and my father are Negro people. My grandmother is a Negro woman. Their birth certificates out of Cook County, their original ones say Negro. It was printed on the Cook County birth certificates before 1975. Please respect the label and our American ethnicity. We don't have problems identifying anybody else. We will not play about the Negro. But I came here to say this. Typically, I'm here and I'm fussing. I want to say thank you to the city council. I want to say thank y'all for voting down that $300 million. Thank you for saving us $300 million. Thank you for saying no to $150 million. And we want y'all to say no to the $60 million. You all did not get enough hand claps, enough support, enough love. Know that the whole country was clapping and proud of the work of this city council because our mayor is embarrassing us, y'all, around the world. And you all took the power back from him to say the city of Chicago is out of the business of funding illegals. We are out of the business of prioritizing non-American citizens on top of the American citizens who go out in this cold weather every day to make money to pay their taxes. So I want to encourage you guys to please stay America first. Please continue to make our city look like the great city that it is because we are great people with good sense. One thing that Chicago people know very well is how to spot a scam. And the scam has been exposed. You cannot bully Chicago people because this is a city of bullies and bully slayers. So today, I encourage you guys to help us slay the bully. Thank y'all.
Yeah, that's right on point.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Nelson.
Hi. Hi, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, folks, for taking the time to hear our comments today. I'm Alex Nelson. I'm the strategy advisor for Better Street Chicago. Some of you folks have met me before, many of you have not, but I think a lot of you have heard the campaign I've been managing for the past couple of years now, Plow the Sidewalks. We are seeking to make sidewalk, snow, and ice removal a universal municipal service here in the city of Chicago. It would make us a trailblazer and a leader in our infrastructure. For the past year and a half, Mr. Mayor, we've been working with various city officials, including Commissioner Cole Stollard from Department of Streets and Sanitation, Commissioner Tom Carney from Chicago Department of Transportation, as well as other numerous officials, both from aldermanic offices, from your department, from your administration, and city advocates and organizers who come here either on their free time or, as in my case, take PTO days. And we've been doing it and developing this pilot because we believe in it, because we understand that sidewalks are the most universal and accessible infrastructure that this city has. Every single person in this room, regardless of their political allegiance, regardless of whether they're an elected official, a journalist, an organizer, just a constituent here with concerns, every single person uses the sidewalks. And so when we make sure to prioritize the most accessible and tangible infrastructure that every person in the city has access to, it shows who we care about. It shows that we care about the elderly, the disabled, folks with children, folks without access to cars. You campaigned on Plow the Sidewalks. We've been working and developing this pilot. We're incredibly proud of it. And so I'm going to ask you to see it through and make sure that you include the $1 million budget line for the pilot in this upcoming budget season. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kyle Lucas.
Greetings, City Council, Mayor Johnson. My name is Kyle Lucas. I'm the Executive Director of Better Street Chicago. And I want to read a statement on behalf of some of the organizations that were part of the working group for the Plow the Sidewalks pilot program. In May, the City of Chicago released the Plow the Sidewalks pilot program recommendations report outlining a year's worth of work by advocates alongside the city to develop a feasible pilot program for municipal sidewalk snow and ice removal. This was a profound step forward in the years-long Plow the Sidewalks campaign, but providing a clear roadmap and outline for the city to begin the steps of implementation. Unfortunately, since then, the city has missed key deadlines for implementation and has failed to provide the necessary funding in the Chicago Department of Transportation's budget to move the pilot forward. While the city faces significant challenges, eliminating this pilot program does not meaningfully address those challenges. Instead, it perpetuates the continued neglect of the needs of people with disabilities, seniors, parents with children, and beyond to participate in society when it snows. This means Chicagoans will continue to be unable to run errands, go to the doctor, buy groceries, and otherwise participate in our economy and in their communities, oftentimes left trapped at home for days until the snow clears or melts. A budget is a statement of values, and by continuing to delay implementation, the city is sending a message that it sees the status quo as acceptable. We find the status quo as wholly unacceptable. We are not the first to do this, and we know that this is possible, and we are not asking for the sky. We are asking for a small pilot program to study this and to show what happens. Advocates are here. We are willing to work with you if you will come to the table with us to identify the solutions to make this happen. But we must make it clear, the time to fund Plow the Sidewalks is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Saunders.
Y'all ain't gonna clap for me. Good afternoon, Mayor Brandon and all the constituents. My name is Kimberly Saunders. I am a developer, Treasure Service, Inc. I purchase property with my money, nobody else's money. I rehab it with my money. Wintrust has granted me a $10 million line of credit because I do a lot of business with them. My godfather took me there, the Italians, and they granted me this credit about a week ago. I'm asking you to do a pilot program where I want to, as I told you, I'm tired of the Inglewood South Side looking like the projects. When you go over to Lincoln Park, these situations should be equal right now. You have nothing to do with this, Brandon. You remember me, I sued CHA and won with the PPP. I asked you to help me then, and you see the federal government won with me. So I think you need to know I got the feds and everybody like messing with me. So I'm asking if I could do a program where they're gonna give me the money to build. I have a couple of other black men that's developing in the city using their money, and we are willing to do some of these projects, fund them, and then we get a pilot, and we're gonna leave equity in there because we're not gonna charge them the full market price. So if we did something like that, that could bridge the gap of generational wealth, all of this that's going on. You just need to talk to people like me and stop being in the in crowd, because I'm not in the in crowd. And I'm the deputy of the 27th Ward, which I was appointed by the Republican Party because they asked me to run against Burnett. I didn't want to run. I don't want to do y'all job. You don't make enough money. But I want to help the community because I'm tired of my side. Well, I don't even live over there. I'm in the 27 over there, whatever. I'm a part of Chicago, South and West Side, but I grew up in Bronzeville. And again, I told you my grandmother worked for President. My grandfather worked for President Kennedy. My grandmother worked for Harold Washington. Again, I have the lineage, the paperwork, the background, and the name that could take the take. But I like to deal with the drug dealers, the hustlers, the crackheads, the misfits,
Okay, yeah, we go.
and I help them. So it's like y'all don't mess with me because my kids got put out of British because of one of y'all. Then went and told them people. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Giovanna Alvarez.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon,
afternoon.
City Council. Good afternoon, Chicago residents. My name is Giovanna Alvarez. I'm an immigrant, first generation, and I was very lucky to have an education here in the United States and became a very productive citizen. Nowadays, I am very, very concerned on what's happening on the city. I understand the budget is the bottom line of the concerns that we have, but I can also see a lot of miscommunication, a lot of dysfunctioning. How can we access, how can we prepare a budget? How can we become effective if we cannot communicate with each other. There's a lot of sensitivity, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of anger. So Mayor, I would like to ask you to please consider everyone within the budget. Like I said, I'm an immigrant. I came to the United States legally. I was very fortunate to do that. I have never been a delinquent, and I am very, very embarrassed for what my other fellow Latin American citizens are doing in the city. On behalf of the people that work, on behalf of the people that pay taxes, on behalf of the people that contribute to the city, I'd like to make clear that not everyone is the same. These people came with a wide door open, and they feel entitled to many things that nobody has. There are U.S. citizens suffering from poverty. There are U.S. citizens on public aid, and these people are here just enjoying the benefits, becoming delinquents, and they have no consequences. Same thing with the youth in Chicago. You talk a lot about the youth. Well, let me tell you, I have a daughter who is a university student. She's doing her 3rd degree. She was at the Christmas celebration 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she had the most horrible experience ever. I really thought I was going to lose my daughter out of that experience. What are we doing? Where's my money going? I'm a contributor to the city. I'm a productive person. I want you to do the same, and please lead by example.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on the proposed executive budget? If there aren't any others that wish to speak on the proposed executive budget, the time is now 12:20. This does conclude our public hearing on the proposed executive budget. The chair recognizes Chairman Ervin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we return back to the regular order of business.
On the motion to return to the regular order of business, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say no. The motion passes. On the motion to adjourn, the chair recognizes.
Okay, so we just finished listening to that hearing in Chicago, and the mayor, Brandon Johnson, his people are not happy for sure, 1000%. But with that being said, we may have come to the end of the live stream. However, let me see if I could do one more. And then we're going to call it the morning. I was going to say call it the night, but no, call it the morning. And then we'll be back here. Let me see. So let's end with a good one. Let's end with a good one. What is going on right here, man? It says here, Maryland mayor takes heat over vows to resist the 47th deportation effort. What is going on here?
This is not a political issue. This is a safety issue for everyone here living in the United States. Not only was Kayla's life put at risk and taken, so many other children and adults were at risk. The Biden-Harris administration is not putting the American citizens' safety first.
The migrant crisis continues to impact everyday Americans, and now yet another blue state mayor, as we told you, ticking off the taxpayers in his city over a plan to fund legal support for immigrants. Let's bring in Frederick County, Maryland Sheriff Chuck Jenkins. Sheriff, it's great to have you on the show. I want to just play a very quick soundbite from your mayor to kind of give the folks a gist of what he's trying to say. Watch.
We refuse to aid and abet outside agencies attempting to detain, deport, or remove any residents from our community.
I mean, what do you think of the mayor setting up a legal fund for illegal immigrants?
What he's saying directly is we are setting up a sanctuary city. You know, he's angered taxpayers by his statement. He's on the wrong side of this issue. He certainly doesn't have the right to use taxpayer money. He's naive, he's foolish. And again, his view is he wants Frederick to be a sanctuary city, and it's not going to be. It's not going to happen here.
You know, it's interesting, Sheriff, because kind of delving back into what was happening to you in that very same area, federal prosecutors accused you of helping a local gun shop obtain machine guns, right? We know the charges have now been dismissed, but you call this a legal and political assassination attempt. What do you mean by that, Sheriff?
Well, listen, I was charged. I was indicted with absolutely no evidence. I lived through hell for 587 days after being indicted in April of 2023 until recently on November 12th without a shred of evidence, without any evidence whatsoever. And I felt that I was a political target because of what I stand for here in Frederick County. And it goes to a larger, broader issue about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. I feel like I was a target. So therefore, much like an assassination.
Yeah, and when you say, Sheriff, what you stand for, what would the people of Frederick believe that you stand for?
They know that I stand for law and order, the rule of law. For 16 years, I've worked with ICE in a very successful 287G program that's maintained safety in Frederick County. It's a safe community. We've probably got the lowest crime rate in the region, in large part due to the 287G and our work with ICE. And my goal is to continue that. I've got a good relationship with Mr. Homan for years. He means business. President Trump means business. I will support that 1,000%.
And it's interesting because I wanted to get your take on this because the illegal immigrant who allegedly killed 16-year-old Lisbeth Medina wants an insanity evaluation. Her mother says he knew exactly what he was doing. I want to play a little sound of Jacqueline Medina because I think it's well worth it. Watch this.
I stand with all the mothers and fathers who are going through this, Laken Riley's family, Jocelyn Nongare's family, all of them. We are all united by the same tragedies. But that could have been prevented. Biden and the Harris administration failed us completely. And now I'm losing hope.
Yeah, it's amazing, Sheriff. And I ask you that because it's one of those things where common sense asks the same question. Why doesn't your mayor start a fund for the victims of some of these illegal immigrants?
You would have to ask the mayor that, but I tell you, I would like to put the mayor in a room with any parent of any victim anywhere in the USA and have him explain to that family why he feels the way he feels, what justifies his view on this, and why he wants to protect people that are in this country illegally. We are looking at the most violent criminals and gang members and cartel members on the face of the planet coming into our country. We've got to get serious about cleaning up this problem. When's it going to be time to protect Americans?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Sheriff Chuck Jenkins, thank you for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Well, there you have it. Thank you for tuning in to the live stream. You know what time it is. We've been streaming for technically, I would say 4 hours, but it says here 4 hours, 39 minutes. So we were like off for like, say 30 minutes. Anyway, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on God. Never give up on your dreams. Believe in yourself, believe in God, and believe in your dreams, okay? You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Y'all have a wonderful day. I can't really see the chat for some reason. I think I see the chat. Let me see. Bless you. It says, go get him, Sheriff. Okay. All right. Shout out to Chad, Jerome, Shane, David, Zyro, Kamoli, Victor, everybody tuning in. God bless you. Fancy, I see you. You guys have a wonderful day. Angel, God bless you. Man, y'all have a wonderful day. John, Grizzy. Make sure you make your day a productive one. And I know, like, everybody's going through hard times, okay? It is what it is. However, stay strong, okay? Stay strong.